Chapter 26-24. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian flew towards the hall above. Soon he entered the hall. Xing Tian closed the door and stood outside. "Greetings, Elder Xia." Looking at the figure in front of him, Lin Xian bowed. "Not bad, not bad. Your strength has increased very quickly recently. Moreover, you have taken good care of the immortal palace." Xia Juyo said with a smile. "Elder Xia, you flatter me. I came here this time because there's something I don't understand." "Oh, is it a problem with cultivation?" Xia Juyo asked. "No, it's just that I found something in the ancient tomb, but I don't understand it. I want Elder Xia to help me take a look." As he spoke, Lin Xian took out the beast skin scroll and handed it over. After Xia Juyo took it, his eyes lit up with a trace of surprise. "This is—" Lin Xian recounted the process of him obtaining the scroll. After hearing this, Xia Juyo's eyes flickered. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Elder Xia, what exactly is this? What kind of words are these? Why don't many people recognize them?" This was a very ancient language. Not many people could understand it now. Xia Juyo's eyes flickered. He read it carefully and then he was extremely shocked. Nest of 10,000 dragons. There was actually information about the nest of 10,000 dragons here. It seemed that something was going to happen to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. One had to know that he had been looking for this place all this time. This was because the nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial place of dragons. There were many dragons inside. If he could obtain it, it would definitely allow the great dragon sword soul to recover even faster. Then his strength would increase again. Therefore, he had always wanted to find this thing. However, he only knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons was somewhere in the central continent, but no one knew where it was. He didn't expect that he would finally find the whereabouts of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Not only was there news about the nest of 10,000 dragons, but there was also news about the Yuhua immortal robe and the corpses of the two saints. The more Xia Juyo looked, the more shocked he became. Lin Xian was also surprised. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. He couldn't use the Yuhua immortal robe now. Therefore, he only asked about the nest of 10,000 dragons in detail. Xia Juyo waved his hand and a jade slip flew out. He used his soul spirit to engrave the information on it. Then, he handed it over to Lin Xian. This was the information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. It even had the location. However, with just our immortal palace alone, we definitely won't be able to take it all down. We have to find an opportunity to unite all of the true spirit, 5 continents, great sects, and take action together. The Wanrong dragon nest was not so easy to break. They had to work together. I believe that with your strength, it won't be a problem for you to do this well. Xia Juyo said with a smile. "Elder Xia, I understand." Lin Xian took the jade slip. Xia Juyo smiled again. "Do as you wish. Immortal Palace is your most solid support. Moreover, if there really is a dangerous situation, I will also take action." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He now knew that Xia Juyo was a sage, a living sage. It was extremely terrifying. With Xia Juyo's protection as his backing, he wasn't afraid of those great sections. Next, Lin Xian left and returned to the Starry Hall. He had to make some arrangements. After all, this matter was too important. The commotion it would cause would probably be even more terrifying than the Yuhua immortal robe. After all, there was only one Yuhua immortal robe. The nest of 10,000 dragons was a huge treasure trove with countless heavenly treasures. It would definitely cause everyone to go crazy. As expected, when the dark red divine dragon learned of the information recorded on the beast skin, he was extremely shocked. His eyes turned red. One had to know that he was from the divine dragon race. He needed the 10,000 dragons' annihilation even more. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. We have to dig out the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. That's really a treasure of dragons. If we can get it, We'll definitely make a fortune. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait. Lin Xian said that it wasn't that simple. Just a mysterious ancient tomb alone caused such a huge commotion. Many invincible kings appeared with sacred weapons. In the end, even sages appeared. The 10,000 dragons' annihilation would definitely cause an even crazier commotion. We have to make a good plan. That's right, I have to make more killing formations. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Next, Lin Xian called Xing Tian in and asked him to work with the 6 protectors to prepare for war. He knew that they wouldn't be able to enter in a short period of time. Even if they knew about the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was impossible for them to enter quickly. After all, the seal of a saint's ancient tomb alone was very difficult to break. It would take a long time to break the seal of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, they had enough time to prepare now. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that they should find a few allies first. In the previous trip to the ancient tomb, he had killed many saints and offended many sacred lands and sections. Of course, he also made some friends. Therefore, if the Immortal Palace made a move alone, they would definitely be resisted by the 5 Elements Palace, the Tai dynasty, and the other sacred lands. However, if they joined forces with some other sacred lands, the others wouldn't dare to resist. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to make a move in the near future. He planned to go to the eastern wasteland first and join forces with the Yi family, the Gu family, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. Then he would go to the western desert to contact No Flower of the Lanrua Temple and the 8th prince of the Tai dynasty, who is the current crown prince. He would also contact the saintess of the All Beginnings Sacred Ground. If he could find Yan Ruyu, that would be great. Get ready. We will set off for the eastern wasteland. Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon. This time, the 2 of them would travel light. This way it would be convenient. Secondly, it would be hidden and wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. After all, before this matter was completely exposed, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the dark divine dragon set off. This time, they didn't even bring Xing Tian with them. The 2 of them took the super teleportation array of the Immortal Palace and directly teleported to the eastern wasteland. The main force of the Immortal Palace was in the central continent, but they also had some bases in the other continents. Therefore, it was very convenient to teleport between the 5 continents. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon disappeared from the array. Outside, the other 2 battle kings of the battle race couldn't find Lin Xian, so they directly went to the mysterious divine divination sect and asked them to find traces of him. The divine divination sect was a very secretive sect that could deduce the heavens. However, the battle race was an ancient race, so it was very easy for them to find the divine divination sect. They spent a lot of money to hire someone to deduce, but in the end, they discovered that the other party's traces had disappeared. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. The divine divination sect's explanation was that the other party should have returned to the Immortal Palace. The great sage lands all had peerless defensive arrays. Therefore, it was very difficult for ordinary people to find him. Chapter 26-25. They had waited for 5 years. They had been cultivating near the divine fortune teller sect. Finally, one day, the divine fortune teller sect reported that they had found traces of the other party. When the 2 battle monarchs heard this, their eyes glinted coldly as they tore through the void. That's great. After 5 years, they had finally found the other party. Humph, kid, you're finally out. Do you think that by hiding for so long, you will be able to escape our pursuit? The 2 sneered. They asked for directions, and the divine fortune teller sect gave them the east. Eastern wilderness. He had been teleported to the eastern wilderness. What is this kid doing? The silver battle monarch frowned. The galactic battle monarch sneered. Who cares? Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape from us. It's just the eastern wilderness. We'll go there and capture him. The two battle monarchs discussed. Then they spent a large sum of money to borrow the super teleportation array of the divine fortune teller sect and headed to the eastern wilderness. Light flashed and tore through the void. The two battle monarchs disappeared into the sky. In a mountain range in the eastern wilderness, space tore open and two figures walked out. They were Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. As soon as they appeared, they steadied themselves and looked around. Lin Xian was filled with emotions. He had returned to the eastern wilderness. When he first came to the true spirit world from the Sky Marshall Island, he had first arrived at the eastern wilderness. At that time, he had been hunted down and tortured. Now he was finally back. Let's go to a nearby city and find out the location. Then we'll set off. The two figures flashed and flew into the distance. At the same time, in another place in the eastern wilderness, the void tore open. The two battle monarchs of the battle race also walked out. As soon as they appeared, they emitted monstrous killing intent. Instantly, the surrounding mountain range was split in half. "Kid, you can't escape." They took out a disc array in their hands. There was a flickering light spot on it. It was the disc array given to them by the divine fortune teller sect. It could be used to locate the other party. "Let's go." The two battle monarchs glanced at each other. Then they quickly flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon flew for 5 or 6 days, but they were surrounded by vast mountains. There was no city at all. There was no other way. The eastern wasteland was too vast and boundless. He should have been teleported to a remote primitive forest. Therefore, it would probably take a very long time before they could see a human city. However, at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He had a bad premonition that he was being watched. The last time he had such a premonition was when he met Zhang Wuhan and the Sky Axe Battle Monarch. Damn it! Could it be that someone had come to kill him again? Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a cold light. "What's wrong?" The Crimson Divine Dragon asked when it saw Lin Xian stop and frown. "We seem to have been targeted." Lin Xian said in a low voice, "Be careful, they will be here soon." "Who was it?" "Damn it, you dare to assassinate us?" The dark red divine dragon was enraged as well. Not to mention that Lin Xian's strength had increased. The dark red divine dragon's strength had increased in the past 5 years. He did not believe that someone would dare to kill them at this time. Who could it be? The Yinyang sect, the Tai dynasty, or the battle tribe? I don't know. Let's set up the array first. Lin Xian shook his head. The crimson divine dragon waved its claws. Immediately, 2 killing arrays were hidden in the surroundings. Then, the 2 of them stood in the sky and waited. Sure enough, before long, a powerful aura appeared in the sky. It was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. Then, 2 figures appeared in the sky. The 2 figures were tall. One of them shone with silver light, like a giant in silver armor. The other one carried a galaxy with him, like the king of the stars. The 2 of them descended, bringing with them the image of heaven and earth. The surrounding void started to crack apart rapidly. They were from the battle tribe. Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. The crimson divine dragon snorted. Didn't the Sky Axe Battle King say that he had 2 companions? Damn it, they had been waiting here for 5 years. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not know how the other party found him so quickly. After all, very few people knew that they had come to the eastern wilderness from the central state. It was impossible for a traitor to appear in the immortal palace. But how did the other party know? They must have found an expert who could deduce our fate. There were a few ancient sects in middle ground. The crimson divine dragon explained. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, divining the heavenly secrets. Speaking of which, it was not impossible. But in the next moment, his eyes shone brightly. A terrifying power surged from his body and shone in all directions. He was like the sun god of war, shrouding the surrounding sky. The crimson divine dragon also roared. Its body expanded and roared in the void. The Silver Battle Monarch and the Galaxy Battle Monarch had rushed over. When they saw Lin Xian, a cold smile appeared on their faces. "Kid, we finally found you. If you want to run, why don't you run?" The two Battle Kings sneered. Lin Xian snorted. "Run? Why should I run? I came to the Eastern Wilderness to do something. However, the two of you don't know what's good for you. How dare you come to me? Don't you know that I've already killed your other two Battle Emperors? Don't be so arrogant. Don't scare us. It must be the experts of the Immortal Palace who attacked. Kid, you set up a trap to kill the two Battle Kings of the Battle Tribe. No matter what, today is the day you die. Surrender obediently and come back with me. Perhaps you will suffer less pain." The two Battle Kings' expressions were cold. In their opinion, Lin Xian was able to kill the other two Battle Kings because he had brought an expert to ambush them. Otherwise, it was impossible for the other party to succeed with his strength alone. "I brought people to ambush you? What a joke!" Lin Xian snorted. The two of them had underestimated him. However, this was also good. They came to throw away their lives so he could take care of them together. He wanted to let the world know the consequences of daring to chase after him. The four Battle Kings of the Battle Tribe would all be destroyed. "Kid, go to hell." The Galaxy Battle King snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, a large flag rose into the sky. It continued to enlarge in the sky, covering the sky and sun. It completely sealed off the surrounding tens of thousands of li. The large flag enveloped the heavenly palace and turned into a river of stars. It pressed down from the sky. The river of stars was vast and mighty. Stars flickered one after another inside, carrying an incomparably mysterious power. The entire void was shattered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also frowned. It seemed like they were going to be sealed. "In front of my river of stars, you have no power to resist at all. Be suppressed obediently." The Galaxy Battle King held the large flag in his hand and continuously used techniques. The river of stars quickly spun, forming a mysterious star chart and pressing down. Chapter 26. Especially the Galactic Warlord, he sneered. That was because the galactic flag was a super Dharma treasure that he had refined. It was used to suppress and seal, and it was extremely terrifying. Even a late-stage 8-star challenger could not escape from it, let alone his opponent. "You want to suppress me with a mere flag? How naive!" Looking at this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His body swayed, and he rushed into the sky. The 9-yang divine constitution unleashed its power, and the tense pressure instantly disappeared. He changed his position in the sky and quickly came to the sky. Then he punched out fiercely. With a boom, the entire void shattered. Countless thunder and lightning fell. That punch was so terrifying that it could shatter the heavens and the earth. The void was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The Milky Way banner was also shaking nonstop. The sun, moon, and stars on it became dim and dull. It would shatter at any time. Damn it! How can this kid be so powerful? The two warlords' expressions changed, especially the Galactic Warlord, whose face was full of disbelief. "Suppress!" He roared and quickly formed seals with his hands. More power was injected into the galactic flag. However, Lin Xian's fist was getting more and more terrifying. It was like a sun that exploded in all directions. Boom! Boom! Poof! The galactic flag was directly penetrated and a black hole appeared. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky shattered. Poof! The Galactic Warlord also took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of horror. "Impossible! Damn it! How can you break my galactic flag?" He was too shocked. The Silver Warlord beside him was also stunned. He knew the power of the galactic flag. How could his opponent break it? Moreover, he broke it so easily. How did he break it? Lin Xian sneered. "Can't you understand? Of course, he broke it with a punch." As he said that, he raised his fist again and smashed it forward. "Damn it! Galactic slash!" Seeing this, the galactic warlord roared and struck out with his palm. Suddenly, his palm turned into a sky full of stars, as if it was the universe. He wanted to cut Lin Xian in half. Boom! Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. This punch directly split the galaxy into two halves. Not only that, but the galactic warlord's arm was also broken in an instant. He coughed up blood again and was sent flying. 2 punches, just 2 punches, and the galactic war monarch was injured. One of his treasures was also smashed into pieces. This scene caused the 2 battle kings to be in disbelief, especially the galactic war monarch, who was completely dumbfounded. Damn brat, how dare you? Seeing that Lin Xian was about to make a move, the silver battle king, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. His figure flashed as he rushed over. The silver-white light on his body was monstrous. His entire being was like a god, shining with a supreme radiance. This was not his armor, but his physique. What he practiced was a silver body. It was an extremely terrifying body, refining technique within the war race. Furthermore, it was a divine ability passed down from the ancient era. Indeed, the Silver Battle King not only had a silvery white glow on his body, but there were also strange patterns that covered his entire body, making him look mysterious. Kid, be careful. This seems to be an ancient body, refining technique. In the distance, the dark red divine dragon warned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Ancient body refining technique? So what? See how I'll beat you up. No matter how strong the body refining technique was, he was not afraid of it. What could be more powerful than his 9-yang divine body? Kid, go to hell. The Silver Battle King was filled with murderous intent. His eyes were filled with a cold light. The silver fist in his hand was like a meteor, as if it was going to shatter the entire world. Boom! 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 The surrounding mountains, rivers, and primeval forests split open in an instant. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles had completely fallen. The mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles away continued to collapse. This punch was extremely terrifying. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Xian with a single punch. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian did not use any sword techniques, nor did he pull out the Dragon Source ancient sword. He still waved his fists and attacked. Boom! The 2 fists collided. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth, making an earth-shattering sound. The earth within hundreds of thousands of miles was completely split open, and countless canyons appeared. This scene was too terrifying. In the primeval forest below, countless monster kings exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Their blood gathered into a river. It was very tragic. The dark, red, divine dragon and the Galaxy Battle King also put up their defenses to resist. Their eyes were like lightning as they looked forward. Silver battle body? Ancient divine powers? In my opinion, it's just SOO. A disdainful voice was heard. You're courting death. After the Silver Battle King heard it, he roared angrily. He waved his fists again to fight back. The 2 of them exchanged more than 10 moves, and the sky and earth were torn apart. Damn it! How could his body be so strong? The White Cloud Battle King was shocked. This should not be. According to their intelligence, the other party was an expert in the way of the sword, and his sword techniques were outstanding. Therefore, he was not afraid of the other party because he was very confident in his own body refining technique. No matter how strong the other party's sword technique was, it might not be able to break his body. But now, the other party did not draw his sword at all, nor did he use his sword chi. Instead, he used his fists to fight him in close combat. That really shocked him. If an ordinary person dared to fight like that, the Silver Battle King would definitely disdain him. He would destroy the other party with a single punch, because his silver battle body was an ancient body refining technique who could fight him in close combat, unless it was a special bloodline power like the sacred physique. But now, the other party was able to contend with him. Not only that, but his arms were also numb and the blood in his body was tumbling. It was obvious that the other party was trying to suppress him. No. Damn it. I don't believe it. If it was the sacred physique that suppressed him, he would admit defeat. After all, the sacred physique had been passed down since ancient times, and he might not be the other party's opponent. But now he had never heard of the other party having a super bloodline. Damn it, could it be that the other party had also mastered a body refining technique? The Silver Battle King was extremely shocked. They had never collected this information before. In the distance, the Galaxy Battle King's broken arm had already recovered, but at this moment he was extremely shocked. He knew the strength of the White Cloud Battle King. He did not dare to fight against the other party in close combat. But the other party did it. Damn it! How did this kid do it? He could not believe it. The dark red divine dragon looked into the distance and was also shocked. Was this the 9-yang divine body? It was too terrifying. He had only cultivated it for a few years, and he was already able to contend with the silver battle body in ancient technique? It had to be said that the 9-yang divine body was too powerful and magical. Sure enough, the Silver Battle King's face was extremely gloomy because he realized that the other party's strength was getting stronger and stronger. He punched the other party's fist, but it did not affect the other party at all. Instead, the blood in his body was tumbling and his arms were numb. Roar! Not good. The Silver Battle King's face changed. Chapter 26-27. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and quickly retreated. This loud voice was naturally from the Great Dragon Sword Soul in Lin Xian's body. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique. Although Lin Xian did not use sword qi, it did not mean that he could not use the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. His Great Dragon Sword Soul could simulate everything. Coupled with the 9-yang divine body, his combat strength was unparalleled. Indeed, in the next moment, a terrifying phantom appeared on his fist and rushed out like a giant dragon. Boom! This punch shattered the sky and sunk the earth. The Silver Battle Monarch's pupils shrank. Damn it! Seeing that there was no way to escape, he could only roar. His body expanded and formed the phantom of a silver giant to fight back. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. It was like a bolt of thunder that pierced through the earth and exploded with unparalleled light. The Silver Battle Monarch took the punch head-on and then kept retreating, shattering the void. His arm was broken. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and dyed his silver-white body red. What? He was injured? That was impossible. Seeing this, the Galactic Battle Monarch was stunned. There was someone who could injure the Silver Battle Monarch in close combat? This was something that he did not dare to imagine. Damn it. Thinking of this, his face turned gloomy. The other party was too terrifying. He decided to join forces with the other party. His body flashed, and he wanted to go over to help. You want to leave? Come and play with me. The dark, red dragon's tail was like a heavenly blade that shredded the void and blocked the Galactic Battle Monarch's path. Ruffian dragon, kill them one by one. Lin Xian said coldly from the side. Don't worry, leave it to me. The dark red, divine dragon laughed. His body expanded as he rushed forward. You're courting death. Get lost. The Galactic Battle Monarch was furious. He struck out his palm, and the stars in the sky spun and enveloped the dark red dragon. If it was an ordinary almighty, they would not be able to resist at all. However, the dark red dragon was extremely terrifying. Once the dragon used its ability, it roared in the void. It fought with the Galactic Battle Monarch. Don't look. Don't expect him to come and save you. Lin Xian said coldly as he looked ahead. Humph. White Cloud Battle King coldly snorted. Crackling sounds came from his body as Duan Li's arm was restored. The silver light on his body became even more monstrous. Lines of mysterious runes swam around like silver dragons. It was very mysterious. He said coldly, Do you really think that you can kill me? Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of me just because you were able to force me back. Let me tell you, I didn't use my full strength just now. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. Just now, I only used 50% of my strength. What a bunch of nonsense. The Silver Battle King's face darkened. 50% of his strength? What a joke. He didn't believe it. Brat, don't be so eloquent. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Silver-white light flickered on his body, and a silver-armored war god appeared on his body, standing tall and upright. Boom! 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 The silver-armored war god lifted his leg and stomped towards Lin Xian. It was as if a silver, demonic mountain had descended from the sky. You want to hurt me with a mere illusion? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. His fist turned into a palm, and he slapped out. This time, not only did he use the 9-yang divine body, but he also used the great dragon sword soul. The combination of the power of the two terrifying unique skills was truly terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian's palm transformed into a blazing sun at this moment. It soared into the clouds as if it was going to explode the entire sky. Whoosh boom! This palm was extremely terrifying as it blasted towards the silver foot. In an instant, the silver foot was ignited. Not only that, the silver foot was torn into pieces, and the silver light dimmed. The terrifying light pierced through the opponent's foot and headed towards the Silver Battle King. Peng the Silver Battle King also sent out a palm. Their palms collided once again, and a shocking light burst out. Boom! The Silver Battle King's palm was first broken. Then it exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not only that, half of the Silver Battle King's body was burned and was completely deformed. He spat out blood once again and was sent flying. He smashed into the ground tens of thousands of miles away, creating a bottomless pit. Whoosh! Lin Xian did not hold back. He stretched out his palm and covered the sky. Under the power of the great dragon sword soul, his 5 fingers turned into 5 huge dragons. They circled around each other and grabbed towards the deep pit below. Green Dragon Hand. When this divine ability was used, it was extremely terrifying. I get lost. The White Cloud Battle King roared. Then a black light appeared in the sky and turned into a black moon. It went against the Green Dragon Hand in the Sky Palace. The sound of an intense collision was heard. The Green Dragon Hand was blocked. This surprised Lin Xian. The black moon kept spinning and finally formed a black pearl that floated in the sky. That pearl was very special. It was extremely black and emitted a terrifying aura that made people tremble. An ancient artifact. Lin Xian frowned. The aura of the black pearl was very special. It should be something passed down from the ancient times. It seemed that the Silver Battle King was very wealthy. After blocking the Azure Dragon Palm, White Cloud Battle Monarch walked out of the rubble. His severed arm had been regenerated. However, his face was extremely pale. That was because he was seriously injured by the previous palm. Fortunately, he had many treasures in his possession, which temporarily suppressed his injuries. However, his eyes were getting colder and colder. Kid, I have to admit that you can defeat me in close combat. How many years has it been? This is the first time. However, you can die in peace. Do you think that I only know how to fight in close combat? At this point, the Silver Battle Monarch formed a Madra with his palms, and an ancient silver lamp appeared before him. It was very ancient, and there were strange runes on it that flickered. On the mouth of the ancient silver lamp, there was a wisp of silver-white flame that was dancing. It was very evil. However, the power that it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even the dark red dragon in the distance frowned. Damn it, what kind of flame is that? It's that thing. It seemed that the Silver Battle King was really angry. When the Galactic Battle King saw this, his eyes lit up. Humph, he said. You are definitely dead this time. That kid will definitely not be able to block this flame. Whether he can block it or not, it's not up to you. The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and charged over, clashing with the Galactic Battle King again. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. The ancient silver flame also made him feel threatened. Kid, do you know what kind of flame this is? 3,000 spiritual flames. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to block it. Even an invincible king would not dare to touch this flame. Chapter 26-28. Silver Battle King's sinister voice could be heard. In the next moment, the ancient silver lamp in his hand floated forward. Whoosh! The ancient lamp emitted rays of light. Wisps of silver-white flames floated out from it and floated forward. Pooh, pooh! The void was instantly pierced through and even melted quickly, unable to withstand the power of the flames. There were a total of 6 flames, each the size of a palm. At this moment, they were spinning in the sky and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Die in peace. Silver Battle King laughed sinisterly. In the distance, Star River Battle King also revealed a smile. Dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched. What? It was actually the 3,000 white spirit fire. Damn it. Why did he have such a thing in his hand? He knew that the flames were terrifying. If there were enough of them, they could even burn an invincible king to death. He wondered if that brat could block it with his 9 young divine body's current power. Lin Xian instantly felt danger. The 6 silver flames were a great threat to him. In an instant, they joined together and enveloped him. Humph! Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he used his 9 young divine body. He was like a golden god of war, standing in the void and fighting against the 6 silver-white flames. It's useless, you can't block it. Silver Battle King sneered. The 6 silver-white flames exploded with an unparalleled temperature, instantly melting the void around Lin Xian. Black holes appeared one after another. Soon, they jumped onto Lin Xian's body. The 6 flames suddenly grew larger, each of them more than 10 meters long, forming a sea of fire that completely enveloped Lin Xian. Everything was over. White Cloud Battle King laughed loudly. As long as he was burned by the flames, he would definitely die. No matter how strong that brat was, he would not be able to resist it. Is this your trump card? It's only SO. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Silver Battle King's laughter instantly stopped. His expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes were wide open. He let out a terrifying gaze. Damn it, this is impossible. How could you still be alive? If the other party was touched by this flame, he should have instantly turned into ashes. However, how could the other party speak? Could it be that the other party had some secret treasure? He was extremely shocked. He guessed that the other party might have a fragment of a saint. If that happened, it would indeed be troublesome. In the distance, Star and Warlord also turned their heads to look. However, in the next moment, the 2 Battle Kings sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They saw a figure standing within the silver flames, allowing the countless flames to burn him. However, he was like a demon god, not moving at all. No defense. He didn't put up any defenses. Damn it, how is this possible? The 2 Battle Kings were stunned, especially the silver-white Battle King, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He even suspected that his 3,000 spiritual fires had lost their effectiveness. Outside, the 2 Battle Kings were shocked. Inside the flames, Lin Xian was wild with joy. He discovered that the silver-white flame contained a very strong energy and was incomparably hot. It was very suitable for tempering his 9 yang divine body. Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and walked in the silver-white flames that filled the sky. He began to refine his 9 yang divine body. The 9 yang divine body was extremely tough and yang. One of the requirements was that it required extremely strong flames to temper the body. Originally, Lin Xian was having a headache over this matter. He was thinking about where to get those doubts of heaven and earth. However, he didn't expect that not long after he came out, someone would take the initiative to come to him. He had to get that ancient silver-white lamp. Damn it, what is he doing? The Galactic Battle King was shocked when he saw this scene. He was tempering his body. The White Cloud Battle King also screamed. He was an expert in body refinement and had an ancient body refinement technique. He naturally knew what the other party's actions meant. Damn, this brat is really crazy. The dark red dragon's eyelids also twitched. The two battle kings' faces were completely dark. Their trump cards could even injure an invincible battle king. However, in the hands of the other party, it had become a cultivation resource. Damn it, go to hell. The Silver Battle King roared and activated the black pearl above his head. It turned into a black sun again and pressed down from the sky. The black pearl emitted 10,000 rays of light and fell from the sky, crushing the void. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. This was an extremely terrifying power. Clearly, the black bead was also an ancient treasure. However, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He stretched out his palm and slashed forward like a peerless divine sword. Whoa! A shocking light soared into the sky and struck the black sun, sending it flying. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. A large crack spread in the sky, and the terrifying sword light slashed towards the Silver Battle King. With the power of Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body, the sword chi from one hand was no weaker than a heaven-grade artifact. The White Cloud Battle King was shocked. He didn't expect a casual sword chi from the other party to be so terrifying. He hurriedly controlled the black pearl to resist. On the other hand, Lin Xian was absorbing the power of the silver flames in an unbridled manner to temper his 9-yang divine body. Finally, mysterious runes appeared on the 9-yang divine body. They quickly rotated and absorbed all the silver flames. Lin Xian roared. His body shone with boundless light. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes emitted a biting cold aura. To be honest, this kind of cultivation was extremely painful for him. However, with his tenacious character, he forcefully endured it, because he knew that this was the only way for his 9-yang divine body to evolve and break through. Kill! He roared and tore through the void. Sword light and terrifying fists filled the sky as he quickly attacked. Damn it! The Silver Battle King once again activated the Black Pearl and the Silver Ancient Lamp to resist. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon, Sword Domain, surged out. It transformed into an azure dragon and clashed with the Black Pearl. As for himself, he charged towards the Silver Battle King. This antique lamp of yours is really a good item. Now leave it to me. Lin Xian waved his hand and tore through the void, firmly locking onto the silver ancient lamp. Damn brat scram! The Silver Battle King was furious. This was his treasure. How could he allow it to be given to someone else? However, after a great battle, his arm was directly torn apart. The silver ancient lamp was also snatched away by the other party. Lin Xian took out an array and sealed the silver ancient lamp. Then he threw it into the black earth. Humph! He coldly snorted. Come out, dragon-shaped sword shadow. A dragon-shaped sword shadow rushed out from his body. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. Shocking sword chi, terrifying thunder, terrifying 9-yang divine body. All of them erupted at this moment. With one slash, the Silver Battle King was split into two. Chapter 26-29. What? Baiyin was killed? Galactic Warlord, who was fighting in the distance, roared when he saw this scene. He had been fighting to a draw with the dark red dragon in front of him. Therefore, he could not help. However, he did not expect that Baiyin would be killed in such a short time. How terrifying was the other party! He did not dare to imagine. Whoosh! He turned around and fled. You want to escape? Can you escape? The dark red dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws, and a killing array that was hidden in the surroundings was immediately activated. Countless murderous auras turned into streaks of sharp saber lights and sword shadows rushing over. In an instant, the Galactic Warlord was surrounded. Get lost! Galactic Warlord roared. The power of the galaxy flowed, and several streaks of light blasted away the attacks. However, this delay allowed Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon to surround him one after another. It was time to end this. Lin Xian looked at the other party, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. No, damn it, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the war tribe will not let you go, Galactic Warlord roared. He had never thought that he would be killed like this one day. This was something he had never encountered before. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. I've already killed 3 war kings. 1 more won't make a difference. So what if I offend the war tribe? What can the war tribe do to me? Buzz! As he spoke, mysterious runes flowed on his body. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow with both hands and quickly slashed it down. Ah! Boom! Boom! An intense battle broke out. After dozens of moves, Galactic Warlord's body was split in half. A soul tried to escape, but it was caught by the dark red dragon and swallowed. Dragon's flame refine. The dark red dragon's blood surged as it used the dragon's grand technique to completely destroy the soul of the other party. Soon, the 2 war kings were completely destroyed. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings and Dharma treasures of the 2 war kings. They even took away the corpses. It was tens of thousands of miles away from here. The war tribe, the place where the longevity tablets of the 4 war kings were enshrined, had also undergone a change. Cracks appeared on the longevity badges of the 4 people. Then, they split into 2 halves and fell to the ground. This scene caused a great commotion in the war race. This meant that all 4 battle monarchs had been killed. Damn it, who is it? Who did it? The battle race expert roared madly. The 4 great battle kings were extremely powerful elite existences within their battle clan. They were the 4 geniuses who had the potential to become invincible kings in the future. But now he was actually killed by someone. The 4 battle kings were killed because they were chasing after that brat. Could it be that it was that kid who did it? Impossible. What ability did that brat have to be able to kill 4 great war kings? Damn it. Don't tell me that Immortal Palace's unmatched king took action. Humph, they have invincible kings. Do you think we don't? Discussions and cold snorts could be heard. However, at this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. Get to the bottom of this matter before you take action. Yes, the war race's martial artists quickly gathered information. They swore that once they investigated, they would immediately take action. No matter who it was that killed their 4 great war kings, they would not forgive the other party. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon returned to the Black Earth and began to clean up the spoils of war. Among them, Lin Xian directly handed these matters to the dark red divine dragon and let it do it. He held the ancient silver lamp, and his eyes erupted with golden light. The silver Battle King's soul imprint was engraved on the ancient silver lamp. He was going to erase it, plant his soul imprint on it, and then refine it. This was an ancient treasure. It was extremely powerful when used against enemies. However, Lin Xian was more concerned about its flame. This flame was extremely helpful for him to cultivate the 9-yang divine body. This was what moved him the most. Opening the heavenly secret divine eye, Lin Xian tore open a corner of the seal and quickly erased the Silver Battle King's soul imprint. The Silver Battle King's soul power was strong, and this ancient treasure had probably been refined by him for hundreds of years. Therefore, the imprint on it was very deep. However, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely strong. It was almost comparable to an invincible king. Coupled with his heavenly secret divine eye, it wasn't difficult to erase it. It was just a matter of time. Sure enough, in the end, Lin Xian successfully erased the Silver Battle King's soul imprint. However, at this moment, a sense of danger suddenly emerged in his heart. This was because he discovered that after the Silver Battle King's soul imprint disappeared, an even more terrifying soul attack rushed out from the ancient silver lamp. This soul was extremely terrifying, and it even carried an ancient aura. Not good. Lin Xian was shocked, and his eyes erupted with a biting, cold golden light. Behind him, a pair of golden eyes appeared. It was like the eyes of the heavens, incomparably cold. His soul was also pushed to the limit. Floating light, soul ignition, God's guidance. With 3 killing moves activated, Lin Xian blocked the unknown mysterious soul attack. Damn it, who are you? You actually killed the Silver Battle King? A furious roar burst out from the depths of his soul, bringing with it boundless power. However, under the heavenly secret divine eye, he couldn't cause any damage. This kind of eye, could it be? Suddenly, the soul let out a shriek. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and countless runes revolved in his golden eyes. They formed 2 golden vortexes, completely erasing the soul. He checked carefully, and when he found no danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. No one below the invincible king realm would be able to withstand that soul attack. Fortunately, his soul was strong, and he had the heavenly secret divine eye. Only with the terrifying eye technique could he withstand it. He didn't expect the Silver Battle King to be so restless even after his death. There was actually such a killing move in the ancient silver lamp. It should be a wisp of soul left behind by an even more terrifying expert from the war tribe. Fortunately, it was only a wisp of soul. Under his heavenly secret divine eye, it was completely erased. Lin Xian held the ancient silver lamp happily and started to study it. On the other side, in the war tribe, in the supreme divine palace, an invincible king suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes emitted a monstrous golden-white flame that instantly swept across the world. At this moment, all the martial artists in the war tribe raised their heads and their bodies trembled. They wanted to kneel on the ground. The heavens were invincible kings. What's going on? That seems to be the place where Lord Hundred Spirit is. Don't you know? The 4 battle kings of the war tribe were killed, including the Silver Battle King. The Silver Battle King was the grandson of Lord Hundred Spirit. Lord Hundred Spirit should have heard the news. No way, wasn't Ancestor Hundred Spirit in seclusion? He didn't even come out when they were fighting for the Yuhua Immortal Robe, but now he's so angry. Chapter 2630. In the terrifying palace, an old man stood up. Countless silver flames danced on his body. Damn it! How dare you kill my grandson? How dare you snatch my 3,000 spiritual lamps? No matter who you are, no matter where you run to, I will kill you. It turned out that the ancient silver lamp did not belong to the Silver Battle King, but to this invincible king. White Spirit King said. However, he was very fond of his grandson, so he gave his treasure, the White Spirit lamp, to the Silver Battle King. Moreover, he left a soul imprint on it. To be honest, he was not worried, because the 3,000 spiritual lamps were extremely terrifying. No one below the invincible king could fight against it. Even powerless kings would not dare to provoke it easily. Therefore, as long as the Silver Battle King took out the 3,000 spiritual lamps, he would be safe. He could even escape from the hands of an invincible king. However, who would have thought that his grandson would actually be killed by someone? Even the 100 spirit lamp was snatched away. This invincible king could not tolerate it at all. On the side of the war tribe, there was a torrential roar. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. At this moment, he was in the black earth, controlling the white spirit flame. He was cultivating under the silver-white flames. The 9-yang divine body was divided into 9 levels. Lin Xian had the cultivation method for the first 3 levels in his hands. Every level was subdivided into 9 stages. Now, after more than 5 years of cultivation, Lin Xian had reached the 3rd stage of the first level. At this moment, he was using the silver-white flames to head towards the 4th stage. The dark, red divine dragon ate the corpses of the 2 battle kings and refined their qi and blood, absorbing them into its own energy. Not only that, he was also working hard to refine all the heaven-grade treasures of the other party. He had a lot of priceless treasures in his hands. Therefore, during the battle, he did not need to use the abilities of the dragons. He only needed to control these heaven-grade treasures. This was very delightful for him. After flying for about 10 days, the Black Earth sent news that a human city had been discovered ahead. Hearing this, Lin Xian stood up and retracted the silver flames that filled the sky. The crimson divine dragon also raised its head. Had they arrived? With a flash, the two of them left the Black Earth and quickly landed in the direction of a nearby human city. Great Wood City. It was a bustling city in the eastern wasteland. It occupied a vast area of over 1 million miles. It could be said to be an abnormally terrifying behemoth. There were even invincible kings in this city. After Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed, they paid the entrance fee and walked in. It was very lively inside. All kinds of martial artists from low to high level could be seen everywhere. Lin Xian even stumbled into 2 undefeatable emperors on the street. Although the other party didn't emit any powerful aura, Lin Xian could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the other party. If it was before, he would have had to use the great dragon sword soul to resist this pressure. But now he had nothing to fear. Just the 9-yang divine body alone would be able to withstand this kind of pressure. As such, he calmly walked past the peerless emperors. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Normally, even peerless mighty figures would have to take a detour when they saw an invincible king. However, the young man in front of them was so bold. Wasn't he unaffected? Who was he? Which family did he come from? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Lin Xian's reputation was very strong in Zhongzhou, but it hadn't spread in the eastern wasteland. Moreover, even if the people of the sacred grounds knew of Lin Xian's name, not many of them had really seen him. Moreover, those people couldn't guess that Lin Xian would come to the eastern wasteland at this time. Therefore, for a moment, everyone was talking about Lin Xian's identity and made all kinds of guesses. Lin Xian found a grocery store and bought a map of the eastern wasteland. Then he asked for the location of this place. After coming out, his eyes flickered. This place wasn't far from the Yi family, but it wasn't close either. If he wanted to fly, it would take about 3 months. 3 months was a long time for ordinary people, but for a cultivator like him, it was almost the blink of an eye. Now he would have to go into seclusion for several years. Lin Xian didn't plan to use the teleportation array. He planned to take the Black Earth and fly over. It just so happened that during these 3 months, he could continue to use the silver flames to temper the 9-yang divine body and make his body improve again. The two of them left Great Wood City and took the Black Earth to set off. They handed the map to Hey Tuesday Lin Xian, cultivated in peace. The dark red divine dragon also continued to refine the heaven-grade treasures. A month passed. Lin Xian was bathed in the silver flames. Every day, he would let out a miserable scream. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. Originally, he wanted to borrow the 9-yang divine body's cultivation technique to take a look. But now, seeing this scene, he decisively gave up on the idea. He didn't want to suffer the pain of being burned by the flames all day long. Moreover, he heard that he would have to be struck by tribulation lightning later. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Lin Xian could already withstand the flickering of the silver flames. At this moment, the 12 silver flames turned into a monstrous waterfall of flames that enveloped him. As for him, he cultivated the 9-yang divine body in these flames. About 5 or 6 days later, the Black Earth suddenly stopped. Hey Tu said, "Not good, we've been stopped." Did he stop them? What's going on? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 12 silver-white flames floated back into the 100-spirit lamp. Whoosh! He walked out. The dark, red, divine dragon at the side also put away the black beads. Motherfucker, who dares to stand in our way? Could it be those people from the war race again? They gritted their teeth and walked out again. Sure enough, they saw 6 figures in front of them. They were very fast, like ghosts. They rushed over quickly. The 6 figures were very mysterious. From head to toe, they were wrapped in black mist. It was impossible to see their true form. What the hell? The dark, red, divine dragon frowned. It was actually mysterious people who came this time. Why? Did they have to hide their heads and show their tails to kill them? He sneered and was about to speak. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because the 6 figures in front of them stopped not far away from them and didn't make a move. Instead, they said, coldly, "Since this path is blocked, the 2 of you should take another path." It didn't work. Another direction? What do you mean? Lin Xian frowned. This was the direction to the Yi family. Could it be that they wanted him to take a detour? You two, we're all here to make a living. Please understand us. We're just following orders. The 6 black-robed men said in a deep voice. Well, the other party didn't have any intention of making a move on him. Lin Xian wasn't willing to make a move either. Wasn't it just a detour? It wasn't a big deal. Besides, he could still cultivate for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly left with a flash. Chapter 26:31. After entering the black earth, the dark red dragon muttered, "Damn, why is this so strange? Which sacred ground or sect is doing something here? How dare they block the way? Could it be that something happened in front? Or did they find some treasure? They don't know." Lin Xian shook his head. "Forget it. Don't think too much." Next, they continued to cultivate. They began to fly around. However, after a few days, the black earth stopped again, and they were stopped again. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and used his soul force to look outside. What's going on? It's these mysterious people again. The dark red dragon also frowned. Damn, what the hell is going on? Because in front of them, 6 mysterious people appeared again. Just like before, they were wearing black robes and were shrouded in black fog, making it impossible to see clearly. They lined up in a row and blocked the way. "The road here is blocked. Please take a detour." They didn't make a move and just blocked the way. "Kid, what should we do?" the dark red dragon asked. "Detour." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the black earth turned around and quickly left. 3 days later, Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy, because in front of them, 6 black-robed men appeared again and blocked the way. "The road here is blocked. Please take a detour." Damn, is there no end to this? The dark red dragon was also angry. Damn, we've already taken a detour 3 times. In the end, it's still blocked. What's the meaning of this? Are they playing with us? Or are these 6 black-robed men originally from the same group? Something strange. Lin Xian frowned. They originally thought that only one of the routes was blocked, but now it seemed that a mysterious person had directly blocked the entire area in front. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to be using a formation, but a man-made blockade. Kid, this is very strange. This kind of man-made blockade consumes too many martial artists, and it's easy for accidents to happen. Can't they just use a formation directly? However, these people didn't use a formation. Is this really strange? The dark red dragon also frowned and couldn't understand. Unless they have some scruples? Should we still take a detour? He asked. No. Lin Xian shook his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It would appear that they had truly sealed off the entire region. This way, no matter where we go, if we want to continue moving forward, we will definitely clash with the other party. Since there would be a conflict sooner or later, what was the point of taking a detour? Understood. The dark red divine dragon nodded. This was the beginning of a battle. Whoosh! He walked out of the black earth together with Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the auras of the 6 mysterious black-clothed men became even more serious. Together, it was like a black sea, exuding incomparable power. The surrounding void became congealed, and the pressure was so great that it was difficult to breathe. Clearly, this was a show of force. They wanted to use strong pressure to make Lin Xian and the dark red dragon back off. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The blood and qi in his body surged, and a powerful force instantly shattered the compressed space around him. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 6 people at the front changed. It seemed that the other party was an expert. The 6 of them looked at each other. Then the black-robed man at the front walked out and said in a deep voice, "Friend, if it is inconvenient, please leave." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more and said coldly, "Leave. I have already given you face 3 times and spared you 3 times. But you still dare to stop me? What? Does this territory belong to your family? You still won't let the others leave? Of course, this is not our family's territory, but now it is under our control." Humph, how arrogant. The Yi family is in front of us. How dare you control the territory of the remote antiquity families? Lin Xian sneered. The remote antiquity families were great emperor families. They were even more terrifying than sacred grounds and large sections. There were basically no other forces in the place where they were. Even if there were countless cities, they were all under the control of the remote antiquity families. But now, the black-clothed men in front of them were saying that this place was under their control? What a joke! Would they dare to go against the Yi family? We don't know what the remote antiquity families are. In short, no one is allowed to go forward. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy. Speaking of this, the 6 black-clothed men exuded boundless killing intent. It soared into the sky like 6 peerless killing swords. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Xian sneered. "What if I insist on going forward? Kill." The eyes of the black-clothed man in the middle suddenly shone with a cold light. With a roar, the 6 of them moved quickly. 6 unparalleled sword gleams slashed down, shrouding Lin Xian within. The 6 black-clothed men were extremely terrifying. When the 6 of them joined forces, they could kill a peerless almighty. But this time they slashed empty air. Lin Xian's body suddenly disappeared from the sky without a trace. The 6 black-clothed men's faces changed. Damn it, hurry up and defend. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so fast that he could evade their attacks. The black aura on the 6 black-clothed men trembled and formed 6 pitch-black shields. They connected to each other and formed a boundary to protect their bodies. Boom! Just as they finished doing all this, a huge fist appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The fist was unparalleled. It shone with a bright light and even had a sharp sword aura. In an instant, it arrived above the 6 black-clothed men and landed mercilessly. Kill! The 6 black-clothed men roared and waved their terrifying sword auras to meet the attack. They did not think that Lin Xian could fight against them. Boom! But when they came into contact with the fist, their faces changed. The reason for that was because that punch was simply too terrifying. It was as if the fist of a god was pressing down mercilessly. Their sword auras shattered into countless pieces in the sky and scattered in all directions. The 6 black-clothed men were instantly enveloped by the fist. When the fist disappeared, the 6 black-clothed men turned into a bloody mist and floated in the sky. Hee, they really overestimated themselves. The dark red dragon sneered when he saw this. Even the war tribe's elites were no match for Lin Xian, let alone these 6 black-clothed men. Fighting against Lin Xian would only lead to death. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and flew forward with the dark red dragon. This time, the 2 of them were very fast. They were like 2 bolts of lightning that streaked across the void. However, there are countless black-clothed men charging over from afar. That was because when a black-clothed man died, the other black-clothed men would know. There was a special mark in their bodies. As long as they died, it would explode and transmit information. Therefore, at this moment, all the black-clothed men knew that someone had barged in. Among them, there were a few who were obviously the leaders. They were emitting extremely powerful killing intent. They said coldly that they must kill the person who had barged in. They must not let anyone get close to the Yi family. Yes. Chapter 2632. They were all elites. If they worked together, it would not be difficult for them to investigate the area within a few million miles. Other than the men in black, there was no one else around. If anyone else was here, they would be shocked. What did they mean by not letting anyone get close to the Yi family? These people were indeed targeting the Yi family. But who were these people? How dare they target the clan of the ancients? Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not know either. This was because they were discovered not long after they flew. The other party had powerful artifacts and secret techniques. Even if they were hiding in the void, they would still be discovered. In an instant, countless people charged towards them. Humph, just as well. I can use you guys as practice. Lin Xian used the nine-yang divine body. His body emitted an unparalleled light as he walked between heaven and earth like a god of war. The dark red divine dragon's body also rolled and turned into a shocking divine dragon that covered the sky. Both of them were horrifying elites. It was not difficult for them to kill a late-stage 8-star mighty. Those men in black were no match for them at all. Take out our Dharma treasures. Angry roars could be heard. Suddenly, countless Dharma treasures danced in the sky. Killing arrays covered the sky and the earth and shrouded the front. However, they could not stop Lin Xian's fist at all. With one punch, heaven and earth shattered. The Dharma treasures in the sky exploded into a bloody mist. Lin Xian let out a long roar. A terrifying sword qi surged out of his body. As his arm fell, the sword qi also slashed down. It was like a giant sword that could reach the heavens. All the killing arrays around them were torn apart. The dark red divine dragon also let out a roar. It opened its mouth and spat out flames. At the same time, it waved its dragon claws. Divine lightning descended from the sky. The power was not something that the men in black could resist. Therefore, hundreds and thousands of men in black were killed in an instant. Humph! Seeing that no one stood up, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He walked forward with the dark red divine dragon again. However, after a few steps, he frowned. That was because a sneer came from the sky. Hee! No wonder you dare to trespass this place. You are quite capable. Who are you? Playing tricks? Get your ass out here. Lin Xian frowned and roared angrily. His gaze turned into tens of thousands of sword lights, shattering the surrounding void. This sword qi was too terrifying. Even the mysterious person in the darkness had to focus to deal with it. With a cold snort, the dead, black-robed kings on the ground all stood up, their bodies erupting with boundless bloody light. They came to life again and pounced toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. He was alive again. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon frowned, but they soon realized that something was amiss. These people were not resurrected, but controlled by someone else. People from the chasing corpse sect. The dark red dragon snorted. Lin Xian frowned. They had seen this sect in the ancient tomb before. They were able to control corpses and were extremely terrifying. However, the members of the chasing corpse sect would usually only control one corpse, and that corpse would be cultivated by themselves. This was the first time he had seen someone controlling thousands of corpses to attack. In the sky, thousands of figures floated up and down. Each of them exuded a monstrous bloody aura as if they had turned into ghosts. They did not pounce immediately. Instead, they stood in the sky densely and surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Kid, I'll give you a chance to live. Leave this place immediately, and I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. You might even become one of them. There's no need for that. I have to take this path. I'm going to the Yi family for something. I can't go back. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yi family. You want to go to the Yi family? The figures in the sky were stunned. Then they became ferocious and eerie. If that's the case, I can't let you live. Just die obediently for me." At this point, his voice became shrill as if he was a demon pouncing on its prey. Boom! Thousands of demons moved together and charged toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Boom! A great battle broke out. While Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were fighting, another shocking battle broke out in the east. This battle was very fierce and cruel. It was not any weaker than the one on Lin Xian's side. Moreover, one of the figures was covered in golden blood. He was like a golden god of war. His power seemed to be even more terrifying than Lin Xian's divine nine-yang body. There were very few people in the younger generation who could reach this stage. Almost none. If there was one, it would be the Yi family's sacred body. After all, the sacred body had been passed down since ancient times and was incomparably sacred. Moreover, Yi Wudao had been cultivating it since he was young. It could be said that he was even more terrifying than Lin Xian's divine nine-yang body. That's right, the one fighting was Yi Wudao. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was stained with blood, and his face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were very cold. There was even a boundless killing intent. Beside him, 7 corpses had already fallen. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse. In the outside world, there were peerless powerhouses who dominated a region. However, at this moment, he had become a wandering ghost. The ground beneath their feet was shattered. The blood of the peerless powerhouses was too terrifying. It sank into the earth and caused countless cracks to appear. A sinister wind blew in all directions, and a rain of blood fell. It was a scene of apocalypse. Beside Yi Wudao were 8 or 9 figures, all of them shining with golden light. They were also Yi family cultivators. They were middle-aged men and elders. Without exception, they were all very powerful. However, they were also covered in blood. Some of them were even injured. At this moment, they looked around in madness. "Damn it! Who the hell are you? How dare you attack the Yi family? Do you really want to die? Get out of here. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, when I catch you, the Yi family will bring a peerless sacred weapon and wipe you out. Is that so? Wipe us out. You really are naive. Do you think I'll let you leave alive? Do you think the Yi family will know? Don't worry. By the time the Yi family finds out, we'll be long gone. We've already decided to kill Yi Wudao. We won't come out for 1,000 years. No matter how strong the Yi family is, do you really think you can find us?" When the Yi family cultivators heard this, their pupils constricted. Yi Wudao's expression turned cold. His opponent had actually made such a plan. It seemed they really were determined to kill him. But who would want to kill him? Yi Wudao couldn't figure it out. The other clans of the primordial ancients? Or one of the top holy lands? He didn't know. He had a saint physique and was the most important genius of the Yi family. Basically, no one dared to do anything to him. That was because if he died, the Yi family would definitely go crazy. They would use their supreme holy weapons, or even extreme weapons, to destroy their enemies. Therefore, even if they hated Yi Wudao, they wouldn't dare to make a move. But now, someone had actually dared to make a move on him, and it was a deadly move. Chapter 2633. Why? You're so naive. Of course, you can't let the sacred physique continue to grow. The experts in front of him were also covered in black mist, covering their faces. Their killing intent pierced through heaven and earth. Obviously, they were all peerless experts. Damn it, who is it? The elders of the Yi family roared. They had a few targets in mind, but they weren't sure. They couldn't believe that these people would dare to do this. Yi Wudao snorted. "So, the person who ordered you is afraid of me? What a waste. It seems that he can't beat me in a direct confrontation. So he came up with such a dirty trick. Even if he succeeds, he's still a waste. Do you think that such a waste can ascend the path of a great emperor? What a joke." Yi Wudao knew that the person who killed him was jealous and afraid of him. he had a high chance of walking the path of a great emperor and succeeding. Obviously, there were other peerless geniuses who didn't want him to walk the path of a great emperor. Therefore, before he fully matured, he wanted to kill him. But was he that easy to kill? Kid, it seems that you know more than those old guys. Very well, you're a smart person. I'll give you a choice. Now, kneel on the ground and accept your death. Don't resist, and I'll give you a quick death. That way, even if you're killed, you won't feel too much pain. Otherwise, if you dare to resist and we catch you, your fate will be miserable. I heard that your blood contains supreme energy. I really want to see it and refine you into a pill. Ha 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 ha. The mysterious people laughed crazily, their eyes burning with passion. Indeed, this was the descendant of a great emperor, and the most terrifying sacred physique among the descendants of great emperors. His physique and bloodline were definitely a supreme divine medicine. If they could get their hands on it, they might even be able to obtain the power of a sacred physique. Thinking of this, they became even crazier. Go, kill him. Kill Yi Wudao. Boom! The dozens of supreme mighty beings on the other side rushed over as though they had gone berserk, causing the entire firmament to shatter. Protect Wudao. The 8 elders of the Yi family roared in anger and quickly counterattacked as well. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful. They were like golden giants, destroying everything in their path. Leaf Daudenier was even more shocking. His golden fists slammed into the almighty experts, causing them to cough up blood. However, these mysterious almighties were not to be trifled with either. Their strength was also very powerful. So for a while they fought very fiercely. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Leaf Daudenier roared, and the terrifying projection of an immortal king erupted from him. He was like a mountain giant looking down on everything. Boom! With a single punch, the 2 peerless almighties who were charging at him were blasted into a bloody mist. The elders of the Yi family also used their ultimate skills. A few of them even took out their saints' fragments. He killed all the peerless almighties around him. Do you really think that the Yi family is easy to bully? These people from the Yi family were very strong. Even though they had fewer people, they still had the upper hand. Whoosh, the remaining people, did not attack again. Instead, they retreated. They let out long howls, one after another. Hum in the distance. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. More than a dozen powerful figures appeared. More than a dozen peerless almighties. As soon as they appeared, they joined hands and formed one killing formation after another. Terrifying killing intent emanated from them. It was a terrifying spell formation, which then shot toward Leaf Daudenier and the others. They were courting death. Elders, there was no need to hold back. Leaf Daudenier roared, and the projection of his immortal king blasted out in all directions. At this moment, Leaf Daudenier was so powerful that he surpassed the younger generation. Even the elders could not help but sigh at their inferiority. Damn it! Let's work together and kill the Saint Physique. The mysterious experts roared as well. They realized that Leaf Daudenier was too terrifying. None of them were his match in a one-on-one fight. Not even 2 or 3 of them working together. It would take 7 or 8 people working together to suppress him. A long spear streaked through the air, carrying terrifying thunder as it transformed into a lightning dragon. On the other side, a fan appeared, transforming into a mountain that pressed down from the sky. A fiery red great sword and a terrifying axe appeared. One terrifying weapon after another descended from the sky, enveloping Leaf Daudenier. Leaf Daudenier's golden blood, chi, surged to the sky. He punched out, shattering the thunder spear, mountain fan, and flaming sword. You want to kill me? In your next life. Leaf Daudenier was very powerful. The others were shocked and frantically retreated. Damn it, this guy was too terrifying. Was this the power of a Saint Physique? It was terrifying indeed. They had been entrusted to kill him. Originally, They thought that no matter how strong Leaf Dowdenier was, he was only from the younger generation. With so many peerless almighties working together, how could they not kill him? But when they really fought, they realized that they were wrong. Their opponent was too strong. He was so strong that they could not believe it. With so many peerless almighties attacking him, not only did he not die, but he also killed many of their peerless almighties. His methods were heaven-defying. No wonder someone wanted to kill him. There were probably not many people on the Emperor Road who could be his match. But so what? Today he would die without a doubt. On their side, someone had also opened the Saint fragment. It was a broken red hammer, but it emitted a monstrous Saint aura. It was the fragment of the Saint weapon. You want to compete with me in weapons? You're courting death. Leaf Dowdenier snorted. He raised his hand, and a bronze cauldron appeared above his head, releasing a myriad of auras. This was a Celestial Emperor cauldron replica. It was extremely terrifying and was a forbidden weapon that the Yi family had specially made for Leaf Dowdenier. Sure enough, Leaf Dowdenier activated the Heaven and Earth cauldron, releasing a supreme divine aura to fight against the Saint fragment. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a burst of energy swept out in all directions. Many peerless almighties were sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Leaf Dowdenier stood there unscathed. Ants like you want to kill me? Is that so? Right at this moment, a series of gloomy and cold voices sounded out. Whoosh! 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 For figures appeared around him. They were four extremely terrifying and mysterious people, and their auras were terrifying. Each of them was a late-stage 8-star king. At that moment, the four of them joined forces and formed a domain that completely imprisoned Leaf Dowdenier. Damn it! When the elders of the Yi family saw this scene, their expressions changed. They attacked the four late-stage 8-star powerhouses one after another. However, they were currently restrained by countless peerless almighties, so they could not use their full strength for the time being. Chapter 2634. Although he was powerful, he was not a god. This had put him in danger. However, as a saint physique, Yi Wudao would not submit. Kill! He roared angrily and used all kinds of ultimate techniques. The immortal king activated the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, erupting with unparalleled power. After an earth-shaking battle, 2 late-stage 8-star kings were killed, and 1 late-stage 8-star king was severely injured. The other retreated with a pale face. Yi Wudao was not in a good state either. He was also seriously injured in this battle. Moreover, he had exhausted too much energy and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Pooh! Yi Wudao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was incomparably pale. He formed a seal with his palms, and the broken bones in his body quickly healed. The blood qi in his body kept rolling, repairing his injuries. The surrounding mysterious, peerless mighty figures were astounded by this scene. Damn it, was he still human? For late-stage 8-star kings couldn't kill him even after joining forces? He even killed 2 of them and seriously injured 1. This method was too terrifying. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. So what? He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and didn't have much strength left. Let's attack together. This time, we will definitely be able to kill him. These people sneered again and again. One by one, they held their weapons and slowly approached. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Yi Wudao took out 2 pills and swallowed them. A hint of blood red appeared in his eyes, and a volcano-like power erupted from him. Damn it! The expressions of those supreme experts changed. Damn it, his power! What did he eat? Stop him! Don't let him recover. These people attacked crazily. However, Yi Wudao ate the pills secretly concocted by the Yi family. These pills were very precious. Usually he couldn't bear to eat them, but now he couldn't care less. Sure enough, his exhausted energy was quickly recovering, and the others attacked crazily. However, the immortal King Phantom waved the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, and blocked all the terrifying energy. For a moment, they couldn't stop it at all. Humph! Yi Wudao snorted coldly. The elders of the Yi family also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Yi Wudao recovered, they would join forces and fight their way out. However, in the next moment, their expressions suddenly changed. Not good, Run! They cried out in alarm. Leaf Daodenier's pupils constricted. Although he still hadn't fully recovered, he couldn't afford to be careless. Instantly, Lin Fan dodged to the side and dodged swiftly. At this moment, he was using all of his strength, and the power of bloodline was unleashed madly as well. At the same time, he recalled the Celestial Emperor's cauldron to protect him. Even as Leaf Daodenier took action, a hand descended from the sky. It was like the palm of a god, bringing with it a supreme divine might. Invincible King. The Invincible King had made his move. The faces of the elders of the Yi family changed. Damn it, the other party actually sent King Lai Wudi to kill them. This time it was really dangerous. Thankfully, Leaf Daodenier reacted quickly and decisively, drawing on all the power he could muster to avoid the attack. However, the palm wind still struck him, shattering half of his body. More than half of Leaf Daodenier's bones were broken, and he slammed into ground. Whoosh! He kept retreating. Crackling sounds came from his body as he quickly recovered. Damn it, it's an invincible king. His expression was extremely ugly. Humph! Do you really think you can escape? A cold voice rang out, and the sky was torn apart as an imposing figure descended. His terrifying aura was like that of a fiend god as he looked down. He was an invincible king. However, this invincible king was also wrapped in a black mist, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal his true identity. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Aren't you afraid of the Yi family's revenge? The elders of the Yi family howled in rage. This invincible king was definitely someone important, and might even be acquainted with them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used a black mist to cover his face. Humph! The dead don't need to know so much. The mysterious invincible king said coldly. He slowly raised his hand. Now everything was over. His palm blotted out the sky, forming a 5-finger mountain that enveloped Leaf Daodenier. Leaf Daodenier roared and used the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. There was nothing he could do. Although he was strong, he was still a junior. Compared to invincible kings, he was still somewhat lacking. At the very least, he couldn't contend with invincible kings. You're courting death. The elders of the Yi family roared, and the 8 of them joined forces to attack with the Emperor of Heaven replica. In the blink of an eye, they sent the invincible king's palm flying. Then the 8 of them surrounded Leaf Daodenier and protected him. Let's kill our way out. They poured all of their power into the Heaven and Earth replica. It was a forbidden treasure refined by a supreme sage and was extremely terrifying. Now that the 9 of them were using all of their power, it erupted with incomparable power. So what if you're an invincible king? Do you think we can't fight you? The Yi family elder snorted. The invincible king frowned, and the faces of the others fell. They had underestimated their opponent. Is that so? If 1 invincible king isn't enough, then what about 2? Another cold laugh rang out. As soon as the voice rang out, heaven and earth cracked, and a supreme divine might descended. Not good. The faces of the Yi family members fell. Leaf Daodenier's eyes shone with a terrifying light. A second invincible king had appeared. In order to kill him, the Yi family had mobilized 2 invincible kings. Damn it! Why hasn't the Yi family sent anyone? The expressions of the Yi family elders changed. This wasn't the first day they were being hunted. They had been hunted for 5 or 6 days already. They had spread the news a long time ago, and logically speaking, the Yi family should have sent experts to rescue them. But now there was no news at all. Don't count on the Yi family to save you. We've already set up an inescapable net to intercept all news. The Yi family doesn't know that you're being threatened, so you can die in peace." The second invincible king sneered. To be more precise, the second invincible king was a little strange because there were two figures. One was a beast, and the other was a human. The human figure wasn't an invincible king, but a late-stage 8-star almighty. However, the demonic beast beside him was an invincible demonic king. The terrifying aura emanating from it caused the surrounding almighty to tremble. Tiger flood dragon. This was actually a tiger flood dragon. It had the upper body of a tiger, but the lower body of a flood dragon. Its huge tail was constantly flapping. It was covered in scales, and a pair of blood-red wings grew from its back. It looked very sinister. Chapter 2635. It was too terrifying. Everyone in the Yi family had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao's expression was grave. Two invincible kings working together was something they couldn't handle, unless they used other trump cards. However, who knew if there would be other invincible kings among them? Furthermore, the two invincible kings definitely had some shocking trump cards. Therefore, they didn't dare to fight anymore and quickly fled. They activated the Celestial Emperor's cauldron replica, and 10,000 rays of light descended, enveloping them as they fled into the distance. "You want to leave? Stay here." The invincible king of the human race roared and punched out. A terrifying fist shot out like a meteor. The tiger WYRM roared and spread its wings, spitting out a blood-colored bolt of lightning. The attacks of the two invincible kings collided with the heaven and earth replica, causing it to tremble violently. Yi Wudao and the Yi family elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. However, they gritted their teeth and fled with all their might, not stopping at all. They definitely couldn't let them return to the Yi family alive. After the two invincible kings gave the order, dozens of peerless almighties rushed into the sky and chased after them. The great escape of 10,000 miles thus began. Logically speaking, the Yi family should have received the news, but this time they had underestimated their opponents. Their opponents were too mysterious and their methods were too strange. At the same time, they were very careful and didn't get too close to the Yi family. Instead, they set up an inescapable net far away from the Yi family. It would take an ordinary king 1 or 2 months to fly this distance. It was extremely far. Therefore, the Yi family had no idea that someone would set up a trap there and block all information. They blocked off all paths to the Yi family. Anyone who got close to the Yi family would be stopped. Anyone who dared to resist would be killed. Furthermore, they secretly followed the people of the Yi family and used invincible kings to kill them. Therefore, for the time being, no one knew. The Yi family didn't notice anything amiss, not because they were careless, but because they felt that no one would dare to make a move against them. After all, they were a primordial clan with a strong foundation. They were a great emperor clan. Their clan had a supreme weapon to suppress them. Who would be stupid enough to make a move against such a terrifying force? However, there was someone who didn't know what was good for him and really made a move. This was also the reason why Lin Xian had encountered the mysterious man in black 3 times after changing directions. These people would not allow anyone to get close to the Yi family. Lin Xian was also blocked, so an intense battle broke out. A mysterious late-stage 8-star monarch was controlling over 1,000 terrifying corpses to battle Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. However, he had still underestimated these 2 people. In the end, over 1,000 corpses were destroyed, turning into a bloody mist. This time, nothing was left behind. That late-stage 8-star monarch was also torn apart by the dark red divine dragon. Phew, the dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face. Don't be careless and leave quickly. Someone else is coming. Indeed, through his soul power, he could sense that there were people rapidly approaching from tens of thousands of miles away. Damn it, he's really like a ghost that won't go away. The dark red divine dragon spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva, feeling extremely displeased. In any case, these late-stage 8-star kings are no match for us. However, his face turned green in an instant. Fuck, invincible kings. Leave quickly. As he spoke, he swung his dragon tail, tore through the void, and fled into the distance. Lin Xian also used the chaotic yin-yang steps. His entire body turned into yin-yang energy as he moved quickly in the sky. As soon as they left, a saber light tore through the sky, shattering the entire void. The terrifying saber light swept across heaven and earth. This saber was simply too terrifying. This was because it was slashed by an invincible king. Boom! Boom! Pung! Although the saber light did not hit the two of them, the terrifying shockwave still engulfed Lin Xian and the dark, red, divine dragon. The two of them were bombarded by the energy shockwave and kept retreating. Fortunately, both of their physiques were very strong. Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body shone brightly, resisting the energy that filled the sky. As a member of the dragons, the dark red divine dragon's defense was also extremely strong. Although he was grimacing in pain, there were no cracks or wounds on his body. If someone saw this scene, their jaw would definitely drop. This was because even a late-stage 8-star king would not be able to escape from this saber strike. The invincible king who had rushed over was stunned when his saber missed. His face became incomparably gloomy. He attacked again, and the saber light that filled the sky turned into a torrent that spread in all directions. The two of you can't escape. Go! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not delay. The two of them entered the black earth and flew at full speed, directly jumping through space. It was not easy for them to fight with an invincible king now. Want to leave? Not so easy. In the sky, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared with a snow-white saber on his back. It was the invincible king who had attacked earlier. Looking at the escaping black light, he chased after it. The invincible king was very fast and caught up to the black earth. He raised his arm, and a snow-white saber light flew out and slashed on the black earth. Bang! The black earth rolled and shattered the void. Buzz! Runes flashed on it, forming a formation that directly tore through the void and disappeared. Damn it, it's a teleportation formation. Seeing this scene, the invincible king's swordsman's expression changed. He did not expect the other party's spirit ship to be so magical that it could withstand his saber. Moreover, it could teleport. Million's saber domain. He formed a seal with his palms, and a huge king domain spread out from his body, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and it continued to expand. The biting cold saber light swept across heaven and earth, trying to find the other party's traces, but he could not find them. Damn it, they actually teleported such a long distance. He did not continue to use his domain. Instead, he took out a black flag from his storage ring. The flag waved, forming countless black fog. Countless mysterious men in black appeared. Go, chase and search. You must find the two of them. You must not let the two of them escape. Inform me immediately after you find them. Yes, countless men in black half-knelt on the ground. After hearing the order, they flew in all directions to search. No one can escape from the hands of the Million Saber King, let alone two ants. The two of them could kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. In the eyes of ordinary peerless powerhouses, they were incomparably terrifying powerhouses. But in the eyes of the Million Saber King, they were not worth mentioning at all. There was a huge gap between him and a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Therefore, he did not take the two of them seriously. However, the other party's spirit ship was very magical, which surprised him a little. But that was it. In the void, light flickered and the black earth appeared. It was still intact. Chapter 2636. Even an invincible king had made a move. Fortunately, they had the black earth. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. It seemed that someone was targeting the Yi family. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. The The corner of the dragon's mouth twitched. Which force was so bold as to make a move against a clan of the ancients? Did they not want to live anymore? Indeed, the consequences of angering the Yi family were terrifying. Something was wrong. Lin Xian shook his head. It didn't seem like they were attacking the Yi family. Instead, it seemed like they were sealing off the Yi family. To be precise, they were sealing off some kind of information. Indeed, the dragon nodded. The Yi family had an extreme weapon to suppress them. Even a sage wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in the Yi family. Therefore, no one dared to attack the Yi family. From the looks of it, they seemed to have other plans. Sealing off the Yi family's information? What exactly were they sealing off? Could it be that they didn't want the Yi family to know? The dragon frowned. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Daodenier? Yi Daodenier? The dragon was stunned, then understood. Did you mean that someone was going to attack Yi Daodenier? It seemed like that was the case. Lin Xian said solemnly. The dragon took a deep breath. Heavens, they really didn't know what was good for them. Yi Daodenier was a saint physique that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Once he appeared, even if he didn't become a great emperor. When he fully matured, he would be comparable to a great emperor. He could ensure the prosperity of the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that he was the most important existence in the Yi family. Now, someone actually dared to make a move against him? Was he not afraid of the Yi family going crazy? If Yi Daodenier died, the Yi family would really take out an extreme weapon and sweep the world. The dragon was right. A saint physique was a very mysterious physique. It was condensed from a great emperor's bloodline and was very difficult to form. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that one appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Anyone who matured would be comparable to a great emperor. How terrifying! Such a person could definitely protect the Yi family for tens of thousands of years. Was someone really going to attack Yi Daodenier? The two couldn't believe it. It seemed that even the Yi family wasn't safe. This world was indeed crazy. After all, Leaf Daodenier hadn't fully matured yet. Furthermore, they must have been plotting for a long time to find out where Leaf Daodenier was, and why they had mobilized so many people to keep the Leaf clan under wraps. It was just that he didn't know which force had done it. Are they from other families of the remote antiquity? Other than the few of them, no one else would dare to make a move. Brat, this water is too deep. Even if an unrivaled king were to enter, he probably wouldn't be able to cause any waves. Let's hurry up and leave. The dark red divine dragon didn't want to get involved in this mess. If things went on like this, it would definitely be a clash between the clans of the ancients. In the end, even extreme weapons might appear. The two of them were simply not enough. However, Lin Xian shook his head. No, he had to find Leaf Daodenier, or send word to the Yi clan. He and Leaf Daodenier were friends, and the two of them often helped each other out. In fact, back in the great necropolis, Leaf Daodenier had stood up for him on more than one occasion. Therefore, Lin Xian would not sit idly by. Furthermore, all of this was just speculation, and they couldn't be sure whether or not someone was trying to kill Leaf Daodenier. Let's not talk about it. Let's leave first. Someone is chasing us. Lin Xian sensed spiritual energy, fluctuations around him. He activated the black earth again and flew into the sky. At the same time, he activated the array and hid. This guy was really like a ghost that wouldn't go away. The dark red divine dragon looked outside and snorted. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and summoned the Bloodwing Bat King. He ordered the other party to capture a person without anyone noticing. Furthermore, the person had to be alive. Whoosh! The Bloodwing Bat King spread its wings and disappeared from the black earth. All of you, search carefully for me. Don't miss a single spot. Outside, countless black-robed men were quickly searching in all directions. Each of them was in charge of an area. They searched 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 300,000 miles. In any case, they had to find the person. Taoist Laihua's body was covered in flames. There was a fire python under his feet that carried him quickly. He was a mid-8-star expert, and he was also involved in the plan this time. Amidst the flames, there was also a black aura that shrouded his body, making it hard for others to discern his true identity. Forming hand seals, Taoist Laihua spread his soul power to search his surroundings. At the same time, he took out a small black mirror and shone it at his surroundings. This was an ancient treasure that was specially used for scouting. It was given to him by the mysterious organization for scouting purposes. He was extremely careful in his search because he knew that those two were extremely terrifying. They were capable of escaping from an unparalleled king. They were definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, he planned to report to the Myriad Blade King the moment he discovered something amiss. Gradually, he distanced himself from his companions and searched his own area alone. Suddenly, his body trembled as a bad premonition surged in his heart. What's going on? He activated the black mirror carefully and searched his surroundings. Suddenly, 3 blood-colored chains appeared around him and shrouded him, trying to bind him. Damn it, Scram! When he saw this scene, he was shocked. Could it be the 2 fugitives? The fire python beneath his feet quickly counterattacked. Its body was like a divine whip as it lashed out. Numerous flaming sword auras shot out from his body and slashed at the 3 blood-colored chains. At the same time, he wanted to send a signal. However, the next instant, his body was sent flying. Half of his body was directly sliced apart, turning into a bloody mist. Damn it, so strong! He was almost certain that it was those 2 fleeing people. That was because the other party was too strong. With his mid-8-star cultivation, he could not even block a single move. Retreating rapidly, the fire python coiled around Taoist Laihua and flew away rapidly. His severed body was reassembled. However, at this moment, he started screaming. He could feel the blood in his body flowing out. His already injured body became even weaker. What is this? Blood-sucking technique? Could it be that the other party was from the devil race? This technique was too strange. He had never seen it before. Therefore, he was extremely nervous. Ka! Whoosh! A blood-colored figure appeared before him. Taoist Laihua was stunned when he saw this figure. What's going on? Why is there a monster? Isn't that the other 2 fleeing people? He realized that it was a blood-colored bat in front of him. The aura it emitted was very strange. Damn it, Scram! He condensed a flaming spear in his hand and stabbed it out. However, after 3 moves, he was in despair. The other party was too strong. He was directly sealed. Oh no, I'm going to be sucked dry. That was his last thought. Then he could not feel anything. Bang! Chapter 2637. Buzz! Taoist Flame was shocked and quickly sat up. However, he realized that there were 7 to 8 blood-colored chains on his body, sealing his entire body. He couldn't break free at all. Who are you? How dare you trap me? The black fog on his body had been removed, revealing his true face. Roar! Beside him, the Bloodwing Bat King roared, scaring Taoist Flame so much that his face turned green. It was this monster that sealed him, and now it brought him to a mysterious place. Who was it that wanted to capture him? Tell me what you know, and I can give you a quick death. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from behind, followed by a cold voice. Who is it? Taoist Flame heard this and turned his head. He saw a young silhouette and a dark red snake coming from behind. Could it be that these 2 were the ones who had escaped? He was shocked. Kid, you dare to capture me? You're dead meat. Be obedient and let me go. Taoist Flame snorted. Bam! The dark red divine dragon slapped him, smashing half of his face into pieces. Damn it! You still don't know your situation. Now you're a prisoner. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Believe it or not, I'll cut you up piece by piece and barbecue you. What organization are you from? What's your plan? Tell me everything. The dark red dragon said coldly. Half of Taoist Flame's face was smashed, and he was in so much pain that he was sweating all over. He roared, "You want to get information from me? No way. Ouch. I'll spit you to death." The dark red dragon spat out 2 mouthfuls of saliva on his face. Something magical happened. The other party's smashed face recovered immediately. Before Taoist Flame could react, the dark red dragon slapped him again. Instantly, the face that had just recovered was smashed again. "How is it? Do you know how powerful I am now? If you know what's good for you, you'll end up in a terrible state." The dark red dragon walked up. Taoist Flame's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. "What the hell? What kind of person is this? How can a spit have such a magical effect?" "I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm just an ordinary almighty. I don't know any other secrets. I only know that I'm in charge here, and I won't let anyone get close to the Yi family. I don't know anything else." He didn't know. The dark red dragon didn't believe it at all. Lin Xian waved his hand. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Just do it. As he spoke, a golden light appeared in his eyes, activating his heavenly secret divine eyes. He forcefully seized the other party's soul and searched for information. Taoist Lihor let out a blood-curdling scream. How could he resist the Tian Ji God eyes? Soon his body twitched, his eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. The stars in Lin Xian's eyes dimmed as he frowned. This fellow really didn't know anything. He was grabbing. Lin Xian continued to give orders, and the Blood Wingback King once again captured those black-clothed men. When he caught the 5th one, Lin Xian finally found some information. Obviously, they were after Leaf Dowdenier. The person who was newly captured this time should be a leader, so he knew a lot more about them. Lin Xian searched the other party's soul and finally found out the truth. A large number of experts were chasing after Leaf Dowdenier, including many invincible kings. But who were they? What organization was it? He didn't know. These people seemed to have been hired at a high price. They didn't belong to any organization or family. There were at least 5 invincible kings chasing after Leaf Dowdenier. Leaf Dowdenier was most likely in danger. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had personally experienced this kind of pursuit. Previously, the 4 warlords had chased after him, which had infuriated him. Furthermore, the 4 warlords were only peerless experts. But now 5 invincible kings were chasing after Leaf Dowdenier. This was far more dangerous than him. No, he had to find Leaf Dowdenier or notify the Yi family. Lin Xian turned to look at the dark red dragon. "Ruffian dragon, can you use a teleportation formation? At least send a message." "I'll try." The dark red divine dragon started to set up an array formation. He was using a sound transmission array that spanned across space. It was a mystical formation that could transmit a message within 100,000 miles. Activate the formation. The dark red dragon placed the message into the formation and began to transmit it. But before long, a beam of light flashed tens of thousands of miles away. It was like a peerless sword light that cut through the void. The dark red dragon's expression changed. There was an interference formation, and it was very terrifying. It was definitely an extremely terrifying ancient formation. "Hurry up and leave, kid. We've been exposed." The dark red dragon withdrew the formation. Humph! A cold laugh came from the distance. Then a person shot over like a meteor. It was the Myriad Blade King. "Let's see where you 2 can run this time. Hurry up and leave." Lin Xian activated the Black Earth and sent in a large number of divine crystals. The Black Earth's energy erupted, and it shot into the distance like a bolt of black lightning. "You want to escape in front of me? What wishful thinking." The Myriad Blade King sneered. He reached out with his hand, covering tens of thousands of miles and instantly pressing down. The 5 fingers were like 5 dragons, roaring nonstop. This was the might of an invincible king. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came, and a dazzling light shot into the sky. The myriad blade king's expression changed. Damn it! His fingers were knocked away. The other party had actually escaped from his palm. How could this be? The surrounding mysterious black-robed men were shocked when they saw the scene. That was the attack of an invincible king who could easily defeat a late-stage 8-star king. No one below the invincible king level could resist it. However, the other party escaped. What exactly was the grade of this spirit boat? Everyone was shocked. The myriad blade king's expression darkened. Buzz! He quickly formed a seal with his palm. Myriad technique clone. In the void around him, figures appeared one after another. There were a total of 10,000 of them. They floated in the void, and their expressions were exactly the same as the myriad blade kings. Whoosh! A peerless blade light rushed out of the myriad blade king's body, shining in the sky. It turned into 10,000 blade lights and entered the 10,000 clones. Buzz! 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 The eyes of the clones burst out with cold light, and the aura of their bodies rose infinitely. Go, bring him back to me. The myriad blade king waved his hand, and more than 10,000 clones moved quickly, covering the sky and the earth. It was the myriad technique clone. The myriad blade king was too terrifying. He had more than 10,000 clones. Yes, although they were just clones, their strength was even more terrifying than a late-stage 8-star king. After all, there was an invincible king's blade light in his body, and there should be a soul mark. These clones covered the sky and the earth as they searched. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sat on the black earth and kept changing directions, leaving this place completely. After confirming that no one was chasing them, the two heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, there were many invincible kings here. I'd better be careful. Chapter 2638. The news couldn't pass through at all. They must have set up a great formation. It blocked all information from being transmitted. Therefore, the Yi family hadn't received any news yet. If this dragged on, Yi Wudao would be in great danger. Send a message to the 6 protectors and have them bring the treasure over. We must find a way to inform the Yi family. We, on the other hand, stayed nearby and waited. Yi Wudao is being hunted. His first thought is to run towards the Yi family. Therefore, we will definitely meet Yi Wudao and the others nearby. Lin Xian decided to split up. On one hand, he would wait here. On the other hand, he would send a message to Immortal Palace and ask them to help. Firstly, Yi Wudao was his friend, so he had to save him. Moreover, by helping the Yi family this time, it could be said that the Yi family owed Immortal Palace a favor, and it was a huge favor. Having the clan of the ancients owe them a favor could be said to be extremely beneficial to Immortal Palace. Boom! Lin Xian sent a message to Xing Tian through the secret scroll. Immortal Palace. Xing Tian stayed here and prepared to gather strength with the 6 protectors. After all, they couldn't be careless when exploring the nest of 10,000 dragons. The level of danger was many times more dangerous than the ancient tomb of a saint. Buzz! At this moment, Xing Tian's brows twitched. A black ring on his finger suddenly bloomed with light. Whoosh! A scroll rune floated out, opened in the air and burned quickly. Xing Tian, I'm near the Yi family. Yi Wudao is being hunted by a mysterious force, and his whereabouts are unknown. The Yi family still doesn't know the news. Hurry up and use all the power you can to inform the Yi family. The message was very short, and it was quickly finished. However, when he heard this, Xing Tian's body trembled, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. The elders beside him were even more dumbfounded. This was a message from the palace master? That's right, it was indeed a message from the palace master. But what did I just hear? Yi Wudao is being hunted down? Heavens, that's a saint body. Who dares to hunt down the Yi family's treasure? The elders were all stunned, and Xing Tian was even more shocked. Soon he came back to his senses and took a deep breath. You guys wait there. I'll go find the 6 protectors. He knew that the situation was serious. If Leaf Dao Denier died, the entire eastern wasteland would be thrown into chaos, and perhaps even the other 4 continents would be affected. This would be very disadvantageous to the exploration of the nest of 10,000 dragons in the future. But at the same time, he was also a little excited. Apparently, Leif Daudenier was still alive, and the Yi clan didn't know about his death. If they helped, they would definitely be greatly indebted to him. Xing Tian sent a voice transmission to the 6 guardians. Soon, they arrived at the Starry Hall. What's going on? Why are you looking for us in such a hurry? Was it news from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Or was it about the Hall Master? At this moment, the 6 great protectors still didn't know exactly what had happened. Let alone them, the other great sects probably didn't know about it either. After all, no one would have thought of such a thing. Xing Tian quickly took out a voice transmission scroll. The 6 protectors were shocked when they heard Lin Xian's voice. Leif Daudenier was being hunted. What an eventful year. Ever since the appearance of the saint's tomb, I felt that something was amiss. For thousands of years, no saint had appeared. But this time around, there were quite a few saints appearing all of a sudden. There were even undamaged saint weapons that appeared, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. Now, someone was chasing after Leif Daudenier. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. That's right. I think it's necessary to protect our Hall Master. After all, he's been in the limelight recently. The 6 great protectors thought even further. Not only did they plan to help the Yi clan, but they also thought about Lin Xian's safety. Indeed, Leif Daudenier's death might be a signal. Perhaps some mysterious family couldn't wait any longer. They wanted to make a move on the top young geniuses. The saints, saintesses, and princes of the various provinces were all top geniuses. But among them, the most famous was still Leif Daudenier. It couldn't be helped. Once he grew up, even if he couldn't become a great emperor, he would be on par with one. Such a terrifying growth would definitely frighten potential enemies. Then there was Lin Xian, who had killed quite a few holy sons and battle race experts. It could be said that he was in the limelight. This would probably anger the battle race, Tai dynasty, and Yinyang sect. They might even send out invincible kings. Therefore, the 6 great protectors decided to send an invincible king to protect Lin Xian. Who would go? The 6 great protectors looked at each other, then fell silent. The 6 of them were in charge of different things. Whoever left would have a huge impact on Immortal Palace. Therefore, the 6 of them sighed. It seemed that the 6 of them couldn't go. Let someone else go. Let's send someone from the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion. The 2nd great protector suggested. The great protector nodded. All right, let's send Xiao Wu. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely be shocked. It wasn't the elders' decision, but what kind of place was the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion? Why hadn't he heard of it before? One had to know that he was currently in charge of Immortal Palace's headquarters. There were 9 halls under the headquarters. This was only what he could control at the moment. However, he knew that what he controlled was only the tip of the iceberg. As expected, Lin Xian had never heard of the 10,000 Immortal Pavilion mentioned by the 6 great protectors. Let's go. With the great protector's order, Immortal Palace's people began to move. In the vast mountains, one figure after another pierced through the void like a stream of light. Their speed was so fast that a chariot appeared under their feet. It was a golden chariot that looked extremely mighty and extraordinary. Its surface was engraved with mysterious runes that flickered with brilliant light. Atop the chariot stood Leif Daudenier and the other Yi clan elders. However, there were only 6 Yi clan elders left. 2 of them were nowhere to be found. From the looks of Leif Daudenier and the others, it was clear that they had already perished. Damn it, we'll remember this grudge. Once we get back to the clan, we'll tear them to shreds. One of the middle-aged men gritted his teeth. They had never been hunted down like this before. Leif Daudenier snorted coldly, his expression icy. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that his anger had reached its peak. Next to him was an old man whose eyes were bloodshot. When they got back to the clan, they would invite invincible kings to bring complete saint weapons and wipe them out. Ha ha ha! You want to wipe us out? Do you really think you have that chance? Right at this moment, a sneer sounded in their ears. Hearing this voice, the expressions of the Yi family's elders instantly changed. Leif Daudenier's body tensed up, and his eyes filled with shock. Their golden chariot also came to a stop. The reason for that was because a figure had appeared before them, blocking their path. It was a woman in a black dress. Her figure was enchanting, and her face was bewitching. Chapter 2639. However, Yu Wu Dao and the others couldn't care less. Their opponent's aura was too terrifying. An invincible king. Another invincible king. Damn it. Invincible kings weren't normally seen, because they wouldn't come out and wander around. But now, they had seen several invincible kings in the past few days. It was as if these invincible kings had all come out to kill them. Attack! Yi Wu Dao and the others didn't waste any time talking to these people. They could only use fierce methods to kill them. They didn't rush forward. Instead, they gave all their strength to Yi Wu Dao. The image of an immortal king appeared on Yi Wu Dao's body, and he attacked with a replica celestial emperor cauldron. The void shattered, and a terrifying energy pierced through heaven and earth. The immortal king projection wasn't just Yi Wu Dao's power, but also the power of the other 6 Yi family elders. Therefore, the immortal king projection's power was no weaker than that of an invincible king. Coupled with the replica celestial emperor cauldron, it was absolutely terrifying. A holy physique and an extreme weapon replica. No wonder you could escape so many people. The mysterious woman in the black dress laughed coquettishly. This weapon is not bad. It's mine. Holy physique is also quite handsome. How about it? Do you want to spend a few nights with me? If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. The woman in the black dress smiled seductively. Bitch! Yi Wu Dao snorted coldly, and the immortal king projection charged forward. What did you say? The woman in the black dress face sank. She hated it when people said that word. Clearly, Yi Wu Dao's words had aroused her killing intent. Reckless brat. Today, I'll let you know the true difference between you and invincible kings. The woman in the black dress waved her jade-white palms in all directions, colliding with the replica celestial emperor cauldron. Clanging sounds rang out, and the sky shattered. The two of them fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. As expected of a forbidden weapon, its power was boundless. The woman in the black dress was very excited. At this moment, she didn't use her full strength. Immortal King roar. Yi Wu Dao formed hand seals and used his ultimate move. A terrifying sound wave spread out, like divine lightning from the 9 heavens. It exploded with destructive power and rushed forward. The surrounding void instantly shattered, as if it had been blasted into a black hole. The expression of the woman in black also changed. Although she was an invincible king, this ultimate move, combined with the joint attack of everyone from the Yi family, was simply too terrifying. It also posed a threat to her. 6 Dao Fist. At the same time, Leif Daudenier unleashed another fist technique, causing his fist to shine with dazzling light that filled heaven and earth. Moreover, the immortal king roar didn't stop there either. The 2 ultimate mystical skills appeared together and rushed towards the woman in the black dress. Boom! Boom! The terrifying sound waves and vast amounts of energy caused the entire world to tremble. The surrounding earth cracked open, revealing large canyons. The surrounding mountains continued to shatter. Nothing could withstand the impact. Damn it! The woman in the black dress waved her jade-like hand, and a terrifying palm shadow resisted the energy that filled the sky. Her expression was incomparably cold because she realized that the other party had actually blocked her attack. This was simply too inconceivable. She was an invincible king tier, so it was easy for her to crush him. However, the other party had relied on the sacred body phenomenon, the strength of the elders, and the two ultimate techniques. He was actually able to contend against her, and he wasn't even at a disadvantage. Especially now, the other party hadn't completely activated the replica of the heaven and earth cauldron, but he was already on par with her. If he activated that forbidden artifact again, she would probably be in danger. Damn bastard, why aren't you making a move yet? The woman in the black dress screamed at the sky. What? Is there anyone else? Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the Yi family elders twitched. Leif Daudenier also swept his gaze in all directions. Humph, Black Widow, you're too useless. You can't even deal with these ants. What's the use of having you? In the sky, a sneer of mockery appeared, causing the woman in the black dress expression to turn cold. She shouted, "Don't be sarcastic. If you have the ability, come and try it. Watch how I kill him." A sword light lit up between heaven and earth like a peerless divine light, shattering everything. Not good. Quickly block it. The expressions of Leif Daudenier and the others changed, and they hurriedly activated the Immortal King Phantom. The Immortal King Phantom grabbed the heaven and earth cauldron and kept enlarging, forming a huge mountain in front of him. With a clang, the peerless sword light collided with the heaven and earth cauldron replica, emitting a deafening sound. Bang! 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 The Immortal King Phantom, along with Leif Daudenier and the others, kept retreating, stepping on the void and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The peerless sword light was also blocked and shattered into pieces. Humph, I thought you were strong, but you can't beat them. What right do you have to laugh at me? Seeing this, the woman in the black dress sneered. Although they were on the same side, they were not convinced of each other's superiority. The new invincible Immortal King was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on Leif Daudenier and the others. The sword light on his body became even sharper. Run! We can't stop two invincible Immortal Kings. The Yi family elders' expressions changed. Leif Daudenier's eyes flashed, and he transmitted, "Elder, use that thing. It's a good opportunity to kill the two of them." "Are you sure you want to use that thing?" The Yi family elders had grave expressions. Leif Daudenier nodded solemnly. "Fine, we'll catch them off guard." One of the Yi family elders gritted his teeth. The other elders also had cold expressions. These two invincible Immortal Kings were very arrogant. "Kill them, just like that. We'll stand guard for you." Leif Daudenier took a step forward, his body shining with golden light. Although he was covered in blood, his aura was even sharper than before. "Two mere invincible Immortal Kings think they can kill me? You're not strong enough." What did this guy just say? The woman in the black dress was stunned, and so was the Supreme Sword King. Both of their minds were blank. How dare this guy provoke them at a time like this? Was he out of his mind? Did he have a death wish? "Black Widow, let's work together and capture him so we can report back." The Supreme Sword King said coldly. "Fine." The woman in the black dress nodded, and the two of them stepped forward, their auras erupting. Their domains covered the area, preventing their opponent from escaping. "You won't be able to escape, kid." "Escape? Why should I? You're the ones who should be escaping." Leif Daudenier performed an incantation gesture, and a golden rune appeared on his forehead, shining with piercing light like a sun. Boom! Boom! A deep voice came from within his body, as if something had awakened. "Go to hell!" Light erupted from Leif Daudenier's body. A strange thing happened. Outside the Immortal King's shadow, another figure appeared. As the figure appeared in front of Leif Daudenier, it was blurry and illusory, as if it could be blown away by a gentle breeze. Chapter 2640. What was that? The two invincible kings' faces turned green. They felt their souls and lives tremble. The two of them didn't dare to be careless anymore. They turned around and fled. Their previous arrogance was long gone. The other party was only a 7-star mighty figure. How could he have such terrifying means? It could even threaten invincible kings like them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, their king domains were shattered. Pooh! The 2 invincible kings spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fled. Boom! Another punch. The bodies of the 2 were impacted and turned into a bloody mist. Their heads fled crazily and reassembled in the distance. Boom! Damn it, what was that? What the hell was that? The 2 invincible kings screamed crazily. They had never been in such a sorry state. They had almost been killed. In the next moment, they were scared out of their wits. That was because the hazy light figure had punched out again. With a bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The area within tens of thousands of miles was completely shattered. The heads of the 2 invincible kings also shattered. Their souls were instantly annihilated by this punch. Whoosh! 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 Blood rained down between heaven and earth. This was the blood of the invincible kings. As it fell, it pierced through the void and sank the earth. The surrounding forest collapsed crazily. Cough, cough! Yi Wudao's body trembled. His face was abnormally pale without a trace of blood. The hazy figure in front of him disappeared again. Wudao! Seeing that the other party was about to fall, the Yi family's elders hurriedly supported him. You've exhausted too much. Hurry up and eat a pill. An elder took out a heavenly treasure. These were all sacred pills, secretly concocted by the Yi family. Yi Wudao opened his mouth and swallowed it. His face had a trace of redness. The other elders said, Wudao, your hypocrisy is still too weak. It's too difficult to summon the ancestors' phantom now. It turned out that the hazy figure from before was the Yi family's ancestors' phantom. No wonder it was so terrifying. He killed 2 invincible kings with 3 punches. If news of this spread out, it would probably be shocking. One had to know that invincible kings were the strongest existences below the saints. However, at this moment, they were killed by a 7-star mighty figure. Moreover, 2 of them were killed. This method could be described as a day. There was no other way. The situation was too critical. Leaf Dowdenier sighed. Thankfully, he could summon the projection of his ancestors. Otherwise, this battle would be very dangerous for them. The few of them relaxed, but not long after, their expressions became incomparably ugly. Hurry up and leave. They boarded the golden chariot and charged madly through the void, because in the distance, an invincible aura came again. Another invincible king had arrived. Hoo-hoo-hoo! 3 figures appeared, standing in 3 different directions of the sky and the earth, stabilizing the space in one direction. They frowned as they looked at the bloody rain that was still falling from the sky. What was going on? Was this the blood of an unrivaled king? Damn it, the invincible king was killed. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. They investigated the situation around them, and instantly sensed that this was a rain of blood formed by the fall of 2 invincible kings. The Yi clan was indeed terrifying. They didn't have the strength to do so they must have used some incredible trump card. This kind of trump card would not be used easily. They must be very weak right now. Hurry up and chase after them. The 3 of them turned into streaks of light and charged into the distance. On the other side, after Lin Xian sent a message to Xing Tian, he had been wandering around nearby because he guessed that Leaf Dowdenier would definitely return in the direction of the Yi clan. However, he didn't meet Leaf Dowdenier, but he met some other people. 6 figures emitted resplendent light as they landed in the void and surrounded them. Target found. Target confirmed. Kill. The 6 figures said coldly as they stared at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What are these? Invincible kings? Lin Xian was shocked. No, they should be the clones of invincible kings. They have the soul imprint and aura of invincible kings in their bodies. So they were clones. Hearing that they weren't invincible kings, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Just 6 clones and they wanted to catch him? How laughable! Whoosh! With a flash of light, one of the clones arrived beside Lin Xian and stretched out its hand, forming a cage and grabbing at Lin Xian. Crack! In an instant, he grabbed Lin Xian's body and wanted to take him away. Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Nine-Yang divine body. His body shook. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed out and shattered the clone's hand. The clone was sent flying by the power and kept retreating. The other clone shouted coldly, "If you dare to resist, I'll kill you without mercy." The two clones charged over. They punched at Lin Xian, causing the void in front of them to explode. Boom! 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 The terrifying energy blasted on Lin Xian's body. However, the two clones were stunned. Although they were clones, they had their own judgment. They realized that their fists were completely fine when they landed on the other party's body. The other party's body emitted a dazzling light, and mysterious runes flickered on it. How was this possible? The two clones were stunned. Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hands, grabbed the two clones' heads, and then twisted them. Crack! The two doppelgangers were directly destroyed. On the other side, the dark red dragon also made a move and killed the remaining 4 clones. Dragon flames filled the sky, and terrifying heaven-grade treasures floated up and down. The dark red dragon had many heaven-grade treasures in his hands. At this moment, he took them out and easily killed the 4 clones. Kid, hurry up and leave. These clones must have sent the news to that invincible king. Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them quickly rose into the sky. Not long after, they changed directions, but they encountered another clone. Another 6 clones were easily killed. Just like that, they encountered another group of clones. Damn it, why are there so many clones? How many clones does that invincible king have? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian was also shocked. Was the method of an invincible king so terrifying? Every clone was very terrifying. Fortunately, he was strong enough to escape. If it were an ordinary supreme expert, they would have been captured long ago. Wait, ruffian dragon, don't kill them this time. I want to give that invincible king a big gift. Lin Xian said. The dark red dragon captured the 6 clones of the invincible king. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and used the divine guidance secret technique to control the 6 clones. Greetings, master. The 6 clones of the invincible king knelt respectfully on the ground and bowed to Lin Xian. If anyone else saw this scene, their jaws would drop. These were the clones of the invincible king. But at this moment, they had betrayed him. Chapter 2641. Very good. Stand up. Lin Xian nodded with satisfaction. The 6 doppelgangers stood up and stood respectfully at the side. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon left. The 6 doppelgangers were no longer respectful and returned to their previous state. However, they were still under Lin Xian's control. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon retreated to a safe distance. With his control over the doppelgangers, Lin Xian could see the situation through their eyes. Not long after, a powerful figure descended from the sky. It was the invincible king, Million Blade Monarch. The Million Blade Monarch slashed the void with endless blade radiance. As soon as he appeared, the 6 doppelgangers followed him. How is it? Where is he? The Million Blade Monarch asked. The 6 doppelgangers said. They had just escaped. Lead the way. This time, they must not let him escape. The Million Blade Monarch waved his hand and was about to take action. However, at this moment, the 6 doppelgangers beside him had a strange smile on their faces. In the next moment, the 6 doppelgangers exploded. Not only that, each of the 6 doppelgangers had a sharp sword radiance. It was the dragon-shaped sword chi that Lin Xian had planted. Boom! Boom! The explosion of energy enveloped the Million Blade Monarch. Ah! Screams could be heard as the sharp blade radiance tore the world apart. the million-blade monarch walked out. His body was charred black and his hair stood on end. His robe was torn and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His body was trembling slightly. "Ah, damn brat. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you." The million-blade monarch roared like a madman. He was furious. He did not expect that the other party could control his 6 doppelgangers to explode. Humph! With a cold snort, the surrounding spiritual energy gathered towards him like a tide. Soon, the million-blade monarch's body recovered. However, his eyes were extremely cold. His body released tens of thousands of blade radiances, shattering the surrounding mountains. "Damn brat. When I catch you, I will tear you into pieces." The million-blade monarch's body swayed and quickly disappeared into the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon sneered. They knew that this bit of damage wouldn't pose a fatal threat to the myriad blade sovereign, but that wasn't their goal. They just wanted to play dirty and suppress the other party's arrogance. What invincible king! Weren't they also battered and exhausted in their hands? Judging from the time, Xing Tian and the others should be arriving soon. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon said from the side. Indeed, when they arrived, they could directly inform the Yi clan. At that time, there will be nothing left for us to do. "Oh, is that so? It seems that you have informed others?" At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Hearing this voice, the two of them stiffened and their pupils shrank. In the next moment, they used divine steps and instantly disappeared, retreating into the distance. Damn it, someone actually came behind them. None of them knew. Lin Xian was also shocked. His soul power couldn't detect the other party. Who was it? The two of them turned around and saw a youth in white standing behind them. He appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Damn it! How did he appear behind us? The dark fifth divine dragon gritted his teeth. "Brat, didn't you detect?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't think that someone could appear and find them. Therefore, he didn't activate his heavenly secret divine eyes, nor did he deliberately use his soul power. However, with the strength of his soul power, even if he didn't deliberately activate it, as long as someone approached, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, he didn't sense the other party's appearance before, which really surprised him. Whoosh, a breeze blew past, and the white-robed man instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on the left side of Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. It was so strange and impossible to guard against. Damn it, this guy's speed. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Wind mystique. To be able to do this, other than spatial mystique, it should be wind mystique. The other party didn't seem to use spatial power, so it should be wind mystique. Moreover, looking at the other party's appearance, it wasn't an ordinary wind mystique. The other party seemed to have some kind of bloodline power. Moreover, the other party's cultivation had reached the peak of 8-star king realm. One had to admit that this was a very difficult opponent. "Who are the two of you? Come back with me obediently, and I can spare your lives." The white-robed man said indifferently, "Don't try to fight me. The two of you have no chance of escaping in front of me, because the entire world is my domain. The entire world is your domain. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" The dark red divine dragon sneered. He had never seen someone so arrogant. Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, the dark red divine dragon jumped. Phut! He quickly dodged, but he didn't dodge. A wind sword suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed toward him. Not only him, but Lin Xian was also attacked. 2 wind swords suddenly appeared in front of them and slashed their bodies in an instant. These wind swords were very terrifying. There was a powerful air current on them that was incomparably sharp and could cut through everything. Clang, clang, there was a sonorous sound and the surrounding void shattered. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were forced to retreat. Humph, I've said before that you can't resist in front of me. Before the white-robed man finished speaking, his voice stopped. The corners of his mouth twitched a little, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. He discovered that although the two people in front of him had been forced to retreat, they didn't seem to be injured. How could this be? The white-robed man was extremely shocked. The two of them had been hit by his wind swords. How could they be unharmed? One had to know that he was a peak 8-star powerhouse. That attack just now wasn't his full blow. However, how could the two mighty figures survive? Not to mention that they were unharmed. These two people's physiques were very special. The white-robed man looked at the other party. When he saw the dark red divine dragon, his eyes flickered. The other party should be a beast with strong defense. But this kid? He looked at Lin Xian again and discovered that the latter's body was shining brightly like a god of war. The mysterious runes dazzled him. What a mysterious body-tempering technique. There was deep shock in his eyes. If he could get it, wouldn't his defense be heaven-defying? The white-robed man's eyes were burning. He stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over your body-tempering technique, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death." "You want my body-tempering technique? Do you think you have the ability to do so?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party's speed and attack were indeed strange. However, it was impossible for him to kill him. Chapter 2642. As a result, his body's toughness and defense had improved once again. This was also the reason why he was able to block the opponent's attack. "Kid, you're too reckless. Do you think that I won't be able to get it if you don't tell me? I'll just capture you and plunder your soul." The white-robed man's body instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon exclaimed. It opened its mouth and spat out flames that covered the entire sky. Lin Xian's body swayed lightly as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Together with the yin-yang reversal, the two miraculous footwork were gradually merged by him. There was a dragon shadow under his feet, and the yin-yang qi revolved around him. He also moved quickly, but the white-robed man laughed. "It's useless. In front of me, the Wind Shadow King, the two of you can't escape." His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. A gust of wind blew between heaven and earth, and each gust of wind formed a sword qi. They were densely packed and covered the sky as they swept towards Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Boom! Lin Xian waved his fist and punched out. He directly shattered the wind sword qi in front of him, and a vacuum appeared in the sky. "You want to hurt me with just sword qi? You're too naive." He used the 9-yang divine body and was like a god of war, killing in all directions and shattering the surrounding heaven and earth. Not a single sword qi could get close to him. The dark red dragon also took out 3 heaven-grade artifacts. A black pearl floated up and down, a terrifying treasure mountain, and a black spear. Under his control, it also shattered the heaven and earth. The combat strength of these two people was actually so strong. The Wind Shadow King frowned. Previously, he thought that the other party was only strong in defense. But now, other than defense, the other party's attack was also so terrifying. Who exactly were these two people? Where did they come from? The Wind Shadow King's eyes flickered. This was too strange. The two of them must have some incredible secret. They must have mastered some peerless divine ability. He must capture the two of them alive. Binding of wind. The Wind Shadow King formed a seal, and the gust of wind turned into chains of wind, sweeping towards Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. In an instant, 9 chains bound Lin Xian, binding him in midair. The dark red divine dragon dodged. Seeing this, Phoenix Shadow King laughed heartily. He raised his hand and continued to kill the dark red divine dragon. On the other hand, he walked towards Lin Xian. His speed was very fast. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. "Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. In front of me, you're no different from an ant. The Wind Shadow King's face was filled with disdain. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I won't kill you before I figure out your secret." A cold light flashed in his eyes. He reached out a hand, wanting to grab Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Boom! On his body, the 9 yang divine body erupted, and the 9 wind chains instantly shattered. Then he threw out a punch. Boom! This punch was very fast and very sudden. It rushed towards the Wind Shadow King with unparalleled power. The Wind Shadow King was shocked because he didn't expect the other party to be able to break the wind chains in an instant. Moreover, the other party was able to attack him. Could this be a trap? That's right, this was indeed a trap. How could mere 9 chains trap Lin Xian? Lin Xian was trapped because he wanted the other party to take the bait. At such a close distance, even if the other party had wind mystique, he wouldn't be able to dodge. This punch was earth-shattering. It was like a sun. The Wind Shadow King's body was also torn apart by this force. In between heaven and earth, the black hole slowly disappeared. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. It's over. Let this guy continue to act tough. Even an invincible king couldn't catch us, let alone a mere 8-star cultivator. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He was very confident in his fist. 2 ants, do you think you can kill me like this? Just as they were about to leave, a cold laugh came from between heaven and earth. Then the 2 turned around and saw countless gusts of wind gathering in the distance, forming a figure again. The Wind Shadow King. His clothes fluttered, and he wasn't injured at all. How could this be? The dark red dragon's eyes widened. Lin Xian also frowned. The power of the 9 yang divine body was unparalleled. Even if this punch couldn't kill the other party, it would at least severely injure him. However, the other party was actually unharmed. This was really surprising. You underestimate me too much. Do you really think my wind mystique is something to be trifled with? The Wind Shadow King sneered. The 2 of you can't hurt me at all. Although he was an 8-star king, he was confident that he could fight against an invincible king. This was because his wind mystique was very special. His speed was very fast, and he was almost invincible. Unless some extremely terrifying weapon, such as the fragment of a saint or some bloodline power, they would be able to hurt him. Other attacks were ineffective against him. This was because his body could turn into a gust of wind and dissipate at any time. He could reform again. Wherever there was wind, he would be there. This sentence wasn't a lie. As expected, the dark red dragon held a black spear and pierced through the other party's body. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This was because he realized that the spear didn't pierce through the other party's body. Instead, the other party's body dissipated, forming a black hole for the spear to pass through. As expected, when the dark red dragon retracted the black spear, the other party's body recovered. It could be said that this spear didn't hurt the other party at all. A mere ant wants to hurt me? The Wind Shadow King stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. The dark red dragon was extremely shocked. Damn it! How could this be so strange? I'll burn you to death. He spat out a sea of fire, enveloping the other party. However, the Wind Shadow King's body completely disappeared this time. Accompanied by the wind, he floated away and reappeared in a place where there were no flames. I've said before that this world is my domain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. This isn't an ordinary wind mystique. The dark red dragon shook his head. Yes, he should have the power of a bloodline or a very terrifying treasure in his body. Indeed, what he used was a mystique of dragons, but the other party was able to dodge it so easily. He was definitely not simple. Don't worry, I have a way to kill him. Lin Xian observed for a while and revealed a cold smile. So what if the other party could turn into wind and dodge the attack? His great dragon sword soul could even slash through the void, not to mention a body that could turn into a gust of wind. Is this what you're capable of? It's just Essa. Do you think that I can't kill you just because you can turn into a gust of wind? Lin Xian stood out, his body shining brightly. You still want to kill me? You can't even hurt me. What a joke! Ignorant. The Wind Shadow King sneered. The wind is formless, how can you kill me? As he spoke, his body kept changing, appearing in various positions at any time like a ghost. It was indeed shocking. Chapter 2643. Speaking of this, a destructive sword radiance exploded from his eyes. Similarly, terrifying sword chi surged out from his body. A loud dragon roar could be heard from within his body. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a sword god, a peerless sword god. Damn it, this kid's sword chi was so sharp. The Wind Shadow King's expression changed. He did not expect the other party to release such a terrifying sword chi. Could it be that the other party was a swordsman? He did not dare to imagine. An ordinary swordsman's attack power was very strong, but they were not very strong themselves. They usually relied on defensive treasures to resist. However, this kid's defensive power was shockingly strong. In his opinion, the other party should be an expert in close combat. But now the other party had released such a terrifying sword chi. This made him stunned. Who was the other party? You don't know your place. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. The Wind Shadow King sneered. Amir Almighty actually said that he wanted to kill him? How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, his body flashed and he charged over. A green long sword appeared in his hand. It was completely formed by the wind. However, its power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. The green long sword in his hand slashed down wildly. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down as well. It's useless. You can't find me. Seeing the other party attack, the Wind Shadow King's body turned into nothingness. No one could hurt him. Even an Almighty could not hurt him under normal circumstances. Not to mention this kid in front of him. Whoosh, poof, the sword flew out and blood dyed the sky. The Wind Shadow King screamed and retreated. His white robe was stained with blood. At this moment, there was a sword mark on his body. It almost split him in half at the waist. How could it be? Damn it, how could he hurt me? The Wind Shadow King's face was filled with shock and disbelief. One had to know that his body had already merged with the wind. The wind was formless and nothing could hurt him. But how did the other party hurt him? Ha ha ha, who asked you to act cool? Now you've tasted the pain. The dark red dragon sneered. He was well aware of the might of the great dragon, Sword Soul. How could his opponent possibly dodge it? Moreover, this guy didn't even try to dodge. Wasn't he just courting death? Impossible. Damn brat, how did you do it? Could it be because of that sword? Radiance flowed on the Wind Shadow King's body and healed his injuries. His eyes were fixed on the Dragon Abyss Valley Sword. He didn't think that Lin Xian's sword chi was strange. In his opinion, it was only the opponent's sword that had a problem. This long sword actually gave me a very dangerous feeling. It should be a Heaven Step artifact and not a low-level one. Could it be a mid-level Heaven Step artifact? Or perhaps it was something that no one dared to imagine. But it was very likely that the grade was high enough to shock him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. Brat, do you think you can hurt me with just a sword? I was careless this time. Now that I'm on guard, don't even think about hurting me. The Wind Shadow King's expression was solemn. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Wind swirls heaven and earth. Boom, boom. Between the heavens and the earth, countless gusts of wind churned, turning into one figure after another. Doppelganger technique. The Wind Shadow King had also used his doppelganger technique. Every one of them seemed to be real, and his real body also disappeared into the sky. What a strange ability. On the opposite side, the dark red dragon was extremely surprised. He realized that it was difficult to differentiate between the real and fake doppelganger. This Wind Shadow King did have some skills. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, the dark red dragon wasn't worried. He knew that not only was Lin Xian's swordsmanship outstanding, but he also had a pair of mysterious eyes. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but he thought that Lin Xian should be able to easily distinguish between them. That's right. Seeing the tens of thousands of doppelganger charging towards him, Lin Xian had a strange look in his eyes. You actually dare to use doppelganger in front of me? You're really courting death. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he charged in all directions. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, because he had found the location of the real body. However, he didn't make a move. He wanted to bait his opponent. Kid, go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice could be heard. Behind Lin Xian, the Wind Shadow King's real body appeared. He wielded his long sword and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian didn't turn his head. This meant that he didn't know which one was his real body. Now that he suddenly attacked, coupled with his speed, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. I've been waiting for you. The moment the opponent appeared, Lin Xian suddenly turned around. At the same time, he stretched out 2 fingers and pinched in front of him. With a clang, his fingers caught the opponent's green long sword. What? How is that possible? He found out. The Wind Shadow King was shocked and surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to turn around and counterattack at the last moment. This was something he didn't expect. But soon he sneered. This kid is too arrogant and doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian only used 2 fingers to deal with him? What kind of fingers does he think he has? Go to hell! He shouted coldly and wanted to break Lin Xian's palm. However, he realized that Lin Xian's 2 fingers were abnormally hard, as if they were the fingers of God. His sword, Qi, couldn't cause any damage to Lin Xian. How is that possible? The Wind Shadow King couldn't believe it. He wanted to use more strength, but in the next moment, with a clang, his Wind Shadow sword broke into 2. Lin Xian grabbed the upper half of the sword and slashed it forward. Not good. Seeing this, the Wind Shadow King's pupils constricted. His body suddenly turned into nothingness as he wanted to dodge. However, this sword contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and directly slashed his throat. With a puff, his head flew into the sky. Boom! Lin Xian punched out again. There was a dragon head on his fist, and it directly exploded the Wind Shadow King's body. The head's face was filled with terror as it continued to flee into the distance. That was because he realized that Lin Xian was too strange and seemed to be able to restrain him. In a battle, the scariest thing was not that the enemy was stronger than you, but that the enemy could restrain you. This was basically unsolvable. That was why he wanted to run away. You still want to run away? Lin Xian sneered. He flicked a finger and pointed forward. This finger kept growing bigger and bigger. In the end, it was 100 feet long. It was like a dragon that reached the sky and kept roaring. There were mysterious runes engraved on it, and there was a biting, cold sword light. With 1 finger, the Wind Shadow King's had exploded. He couldn't escape at all. Damn kid, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you. In the sky, a soul floated into the distance, carrying a strong sense of malice. He was defeated. He was defeated today. However, if his soul escaped, he could still live. Although Lin Xian's methods were fierce, it was impossible for him to destroy his soul. Buzz. Chapter 2644. Ah, the Wind Shadow King screamed. Damn it, why do you have a soul attack too? He was crazy. His opponent was too strong. His physique was strong, his swordsmanship was outstanding, and he even had a soul attack now. Who was his opponent? He didn't know. His face was full of fear as he knelt on the ground. I beg you to spare my life. I won't dare to attack you again. He was really scared. Spare you? That's the Buddha's business. My mission is to send you to the Buddha. As he spoke, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul fire instantly burned the Wind Shadow King into nothingness. The incomparably terrifying and strange Wind Shadow King was easily killed just like that. If anyone else was here and saw this, they would definitely scream. This was because even an invincible king might not be able to kill the Wind Shadow King. This was because the other party's methods were too strange. It would be very easy to escape. However, in Lin Xian's place, there was no way to escape. This guy wasn't rich and didn't have many amazing treasures. The dark red dragon grabbed the other party's storage ring and checked it. It curled its lips and was very dissatisfied. The storage rings of the 4 war monarchs were the ones that were rich. He was very happy. However, the Wind Shadow King was much weaker than the 4 war monarchs. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It wasn't that the Wind Shadow King wasn't rich. It was just that the dark red dragon was too greedy. After seeing the storage rings of the 4 war monarchs and the saint, it was naturally dissatisfied when it saw the other supreme beings. In fact, the Wind Shadow King's storage ring could be considered a treasure trove in the eyes of other supreme beings. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. These resources could be counted by the dark red dragon. What he was really excited about was the other party's movement technique. One had to know that he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was not only powerful, but it was also good at mimicking. As long as he had seen other divine abilities, he could use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to execute the other party's divine ability. Moreover, the power of the divine ability might be even more terrifying than the original version. Apart from the unique bloodline martial skills that he was unable to execute, he was able to execute the rest of the martial skills after inspecting them. Therefore, he closed his eyes and recalled the previous battle in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile because his body could also turn into nothingness to dodge the attack. Of course, with the 9-yang divine body, he didn't need to do so. But in times of danger, it could still save his life. At this moment, the sky split open, and a hand reached out and enveloped Lin Xian. The appearance of this palm was very sudden, without the slightest sign. Therefore, when he appeared, he gave the dark red dragon a fright. Lin Xian frowned as well. In the next moment, he immediately imitated formless wind. His body turned into a gust of wind and quickly escaped from his fingers. Therefore, this palm strike naturally missed. Soon after, a figure descended, bringing with him a sky full of blade light, unparalleled in the world. Because he realized that the Wind Shadow King had been killed. The divine ability that the other party used was very similar to the Wind Shadow King's. Why is this kid so strange? Damn, he's really haunting me. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw that it was the other party again. He didn't expect that the 1,000-Knife King would find him again. As expected of an invincible king, he was able to find his traces so quickly. However, he sneered. How did it feel to have a clone? If you dare to chase after me again, it won't be as simple as tricking you. Damn kid, you're courting death. It would have been better if he didn't mention this matter. Now that he did, the 1,000-Knife King was about to explode. His doppelganger was actually being controlled by someone else. His entire body was charred black. This made him so angry that he went crazy. Kid, don't think that you can pose a threat to me just because you control a few clones. That thing can't hurt me at all. Today is the day you die. As he spoke, he slapped Su Qin again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian didn't resist. His body instantly turned into a gust of wind, drifting with the wind and appearing in another direction. He had to admit that this move was very effective. However, he couldn't display the Wind Shadow King's strange speed. That was because it was condensed by the Wind Shadow King's bloodline power. However, Lin Xian had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and the chaotic yin-yang steps. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior at all. His figure instantly dodged the 1,000-Knife King's dozens of knife lights. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. His speed was also good. However, do you think that you can escape? The Thousand-Knife King was really angry. He waved his hand, and the thousand-knife domain instantly enveloped the area. This time, he definitely wouldn't allow Su Chen to escape. Boom! The sharp knife light flashed and turned into a torrent, instantly slashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen moved quickly, but this time the opponent's knife light was too shocking. It slashed his body and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too terrifying. This was also because he had the 9-yang divine body. If it was before, this knife would probably have split him in half. He was fine. Kid, your physique is very strong. I don't know what divine ability you've cultivated, but it doesn't matter. When you die, all your divine abilities will be mine. The Thousand-Knife King was also very envious of Su Chen's physique. Screw you. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily. The sword light on his body suddenly exploded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly charged over. Ruffian dragon attacked together. Buzz! The biting cold sword light swept through heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened the 5 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword, and its power was unparalleled. Seeing this scene, the Thousand-Knife King was surprised. He was also a swordsman. The sword was unconventional. A swordsman was simply unorthodox. It was impossible. Only the knife was the way of the king. At this point, the Thousand-Knife King pulled out the blue long knife on his back. It was like a starry sky, spinning in the sky. Only the knife was the master of hundreds of weapons. The knife slashed down, and a river of stars flooded the sky. The knife light filled the sky and cut open the entire sky. Clang! With the 5 seals and the power of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian resisted. With a clang, he was still forced back. However, this was already very terrifying. An almighty being was able to resist an invincible king. If others saw this, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. This was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? One had to know that not to mention an almighty being. Even a late 8-star king wouldn't be able to block a single slash. The Thousand-Knife King was shocked that Lin Xian could block it. Damn it, this kid had to be eliminated. He realized that this guy was very strange. He didn't seem to be weaker than Yi Wudao. She naturally knew that someone wanted to eliminate Yi Wudao because they were afraid of his talent. Once he grew up, he would be very terrifying. Therefore, she wanted to eliminate him before he grew up. Chapter 2645. This was because he realized that the kid in front of him was equally terrifying. If he allowed the kid to continue growing, he might not even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Therefore, he had to kill the kid today to prevent future trouble. Kid, I have to say that you're really amazing. Even I suspect that you're a top saint. But unfortunately, you met me. I won't let you live today. The Million-Blade King's expression was ferocious. Boom! He slashed out with his blade, and the bright blade light instantly tore apart the ancient Taoist robe. However, the Million-Blade King was shocked to discover that under the Taoist robe, dense runes appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely mysterious. With a clang, it collided with the rune's body, producing a clanging sound, but it wasn't damaged. However, this shocking power still sent Lin Xian flying for 3,000 miles. Kid, are you okay? The dark red dragon exclaimed. The power of an invincible king was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian had just started cultivating the 9-yang divine body, so he could not unleash its full power. Puff! I'm fine. Lin Xian stood up. Dozens of bones in his body were broken, but at this moment they were recovering. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were shining with incomparable light. He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an invincible king. This made him extremely excited. The gap between him and the invincible king's sword was very big. It was 2 major realms apart. Under normal circumstances, an almighty could not even block the aura of an invincible king. However, he could block the attack of an invincible king. Moreover, his 9-yang divine body had just broken through to the 4th stage recently. Otherwise, it was very likely that his body would have been blown apart by that strike. However, he now felt a strong sense of danger. This was probably not the full power of his opponent. An invincible king was indeed terrifying. Seeing that he did not split Lin Xian's body open, the Million-Blade King snorted coldly. "Kid, let's see how many times you can block it. Ruffian dragon, attack together." Lin Xian held the dragon source sword in his hand and attacked again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also charged over. The two of them used great divine abilities and great techniques. All kinds of terrifying light enveloped them as they fought a great battle with the Million-Blade King. On Lin Xian's side, the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, the Ninefold Thunder Sword, the Five Elemental Sword, and the Primal Chaos Exterminating Sword were all executed by him. At the same time, he used another of the War Clan's ultimate techniques, the Heaven Battling Divine Fist. Although he did not possess the Battle Clan's bloodline, he possessed the Nine-Yang divine body. Thus, when he unleashed the Heavenly Battle God Fist, it was also extremely frightening. In fact, it was even more terrifying than when the four great battle kings used it. On the other side, Dark Red was controlling the three Heaven-tier artifacts. Together with the great abilities of the dragons, they were fighting. His body abruptly expanded to 100 feet long as he continued to roll and roar. However, the Myriad Blade Monarch was truly too powerful. As an invincible king, his strength far exceeded that of Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. 1 against 2, not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, he even gained the upper hand and gained an absolute advantage. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Many cracks appeared on their bodies as blood dyed their bodies red. "Damn it, this is not good, kid. An invincible king is too terrifying. We can't fight against him now." The Dark Red Dragon's blood surged as it repaired its body. On the other side, Lin Xian used the longevity art to absorb the energy in the sky. The Nine-Yang divine body emitted crackling sounds as it healed his wounds. Go! Lin Xian summoned the Bloodwing Bat King, and the three of them attacked again. However, this time they were still pushed back, and their injuries were even more severe than before. Their expressions were ugly. However, the Myriad Blade Monarch was even more shocked. One had to know that he could kill people of this level with just a glance. But now he had attacked more than 100 times, and his opponent was only injured. And he was not dead. He could not believe it. He had never encountered such a strange thing in thousands of years. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Why did he feel that his physique was not inferior to the Yi family's saint physique? Could it be that he was also a genius of the Yi clan? He even suspected that he was a hidden, peerless genius of the Yi family. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? One had to know that even the saints and saintesses of the large sects and sacred grounds could not fight against him. But this kid in front of him had broken this rule. Damn it, even the three of them could not kill him. "Kid, take out your saint artifact and kill him." The Dark Red Dragon gritted its teeth and used the saint artifact. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not want to fight and had to leave quickly. The other party probably had something like the saint artifact. Moreover, the other party was an invincible king and was indeed stronger than them. They had to leave and find Yi Daodenier. "You want to run? Can you escape?" The Myriad Blade Monarch sneered and chased after them. Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out an ancient silver lamp. He waved it gently, and silver flames flew out. There were a total of 12 floating between heaven and earth. In an instant, the Myriad Blade Monarch screamed because his outstretched palm touched the silver flame and burned instantly. In fact, his entire palm had been burned off. Blood and bones were exposed. The pain caused his expression to change. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? He was too shocked. He did not expect that the other party would have something that could hurt him. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. Could it be the legendary 3,000 spiritual fires? The Myriad Blade Monarch was shocked. He had seen this flame in ancient books, but he had never seen it before. He did not expect that the other party would have such a treasure. Damn it, he snorted and did not dare to take it head-on. Curved blade light bloomed all over his body, forming a terrifying light as he quickly dodged. However, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon took advantage of this opportunity to enter the black earth and fly away. The myriad blade monarch waved his hand, and the myriad blade domain kept rolling. Even if the other party could use the 3,000 spiritual fires to block him, the other party could not break through his domain. As long as he was in his domain, he could easily kill the other party. Dang! Dang! The myriad blade domain bloomed with light, and endless blade light mixed with the black earth. It caused the black earth to roll and tremble. Damn it, this domain is too annoying. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Kid, give him a shot. Lin Xian nodded. He threw out some divine crystals, and the black earth bloomed with light. With a whoosh, a black beam of light shot out and shattered the blade light. It tore through the myriad blade domain and disappeared. How is this possible? They actually escaped. Seeing this scene, the myriad blade monarch's face was full of shock. 2 7-star kings had escaped from his hands, and more than once. This time it was a slap to his face. Chapter 2646. Just as he was getting excited, 12 silver flames came to his side again and ignited him. The pain made him grimace in pain. Damned flames, extinguish them. He was furious. He used his ultimate technique, and the biting cold saber light resisted the flames that filled the sky. In the end, he extinguished the 12 flames. However, his body was dripping with blood, and white bones could be seen in many places. I won't forgive you. I will catch you and tear you into pieces. The myriad blade king roared angrily. He opened his mouth and absorbed the spirit chi within tens of thousands of miles to repair his body. Then he soared into the sky and chased after his opponent. This time, he had already locked onto his opponent. He would not let his opponent escape again. Oh no, that guy is chasing after me. The dark red dragon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the scene behind him. He did not expect to be targeted by the other party this time. Let's go. Lin Xian controlled the black earth and kept changing directions. However, the other party kept locking onto him. Just like that, the 2 sides began a great escape and a fierce pursuit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The myriad blade king chased after him relentlessly. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's faces were gloomy. The myriad blade king was so angry that he vomited blood. To be honest, he had gone crazy. He wished he could find a rock and smash his head to death. After chasing for half a month, he could not catch up to his opponent. What a fucking irony. Who was he? He was an invincible king, the myriad blade king. An invincible king. Just by hearing the name, one would know that he was at the peak of the king. In the era when the saints did not appear, they could control the entire world. However, 2 7-star kings had escaped from his hands one after another, and they had injured him more than once. That deeply provoked the myriad blade king. Chase! A cold light appeared in the myriad blade king's eyes. The hand seal on his hand changed again, and a red stream of light appeared on his body. It caused his speed to suddenly explode. It was clear that he had used a secret technique. Fuck! That guy is catching up. Give him a shot. The dark red dragon roared angrily. Then he also threw out a handful of divine crystals. Immediately, a black beam of light flew out and blasted behind him. Bang! Behind him, the Million Blade King screamed as he was sent flying. Many of his bones were broken, and the blood in his body was roiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too shocked. The reason for that was because he had never imagined that his opponent would actually be able to injure him. What exactly was the grade of this spirit boat? How could he be so powerful? Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Now that you're dead, All of them are mine." Crackling sounds came from the million-blade monarch's body as it quickly recovered. At the same time, his eyes were bloodshot as he charged over again. Indeed, he realized that the other party had too many treasures. First, it was the silver flame. Now, it was the black spirit boat. Both of these items could injure him. If he could obtain them, his strength would be greatly enhanced. "Ignorant ant, it's a waste for such a treasure to be in your hands. Hand it over obediently." Behind him, he slashed out streaks of sharp saber light, which quickly blasted forward, causing the black earth to tremble continuously. Inside, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. Their faces were gloomy. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. "Damn it, if it wasn't for the huge cost, I would have directly blasted him into pieces." Indeed, the Black Earth's attack required a lot of energy. "Open the space array and teleport us out," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The dark red dragon shook his head. "No, this time he has locked onto us. If we teleport, he will teleport over too. We have to think of a way to kill him." "Kill him?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He still had the Saint's Fragment and Flower Protector in his hands. The dark red dragon also had the Saint's Fragment. If he crazily unlocked the seal, it wasn't impossible for him to fight against the other party. However, it was still difficult to kill the other party. After all, the other party was an invincible king. He was very powerful. With his current strength, it was really not easy to kill the other party. However, at this time, the black soil floated over and said, "I have an idea. However, it consumes too much energy." "What is it?" Lin Xian asked quickly. As long as there was a chance to kill the other party, it was fine even if he had to pay a huge price. The Black Earth had many functions. One of them was to suppress a person's cultivation. Of course, it could only suppress the cultivation of those below the saint level. Suppress the cultivation? You mean you can suppress the cultivation of an invincible king? Lin Xian was shocked, and the dark red dragon's eyes lit up. "What are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it." "Damn it. Suppress his cultivation and torture him to death." "How much can we suppress?" Lin Xian asked. He was also excited. The black soil thought for a while and said, "In theory, it can be suppressed to the same level as you. However, the cost is very high." "Of course, it can also be suppressed to 8 stars. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon understood that this function could indeed suppress one's cultivation. Moreover, it could be suppressed to 7 or 8 stars. However, the energy required for the two was not the same. After Lin Xian heard the energy, he gasped and his eyelids twitched. This consumed a lot of energy. To suppress the cultivation to the same level as him, it would probably require half of his resources. This was after he killed so many powerful people, obtained their storage rings, and obtained many treasures in the ancient tomb. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't even dare to have such thoughts. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation to the late 8-star level. An invincible king was too powerful, but if he fell to the 8-star level, even if he was only at the late 8-star level, would he still have a way to kill the other party? Okay. The black soil nodded and prepared to activate the array. This result directly consumed a quarter of the resources in Lin Xian's hands. This caused him to feel pain in his heart. One had to know that a quarter of the resources in his possession was a vast amount of divine crystals and precious treasures. Damn it! I hope this invincible king's storage ring won't disappoint me. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He swore that he would get back the resources he lost from the other party. The Black Earth was mysterious and unfathomable. It was left behind by the 4th generation successor of the Dragon Sword. There were many functional arrays inside. Soon, the black soil activated the array to suppress the cultivation. He floated over and said, "I just need to lure this guy in." Lin Xian nodded. His eyes flickered. He wasn't afraid that the other party could cause damage after entering, because when he first entered the Black Earth, he found many corpses. There were many invincible kings inside. So many invincible kings couldn't break the Black Earth even if they joined forces, let alone the million-blade monarch. Chapter 2647. They had been chased all the way, and the other party was so arrogant. This time they were going to pay back all the anger they had suffered before. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and directly controlled the Black Earth to fly upwards. When he reached the ninth heaven, he stopped. Behind him, the Thousand Knives King sneered when he saw this scene. Running upwards. Unless you escape from this world, you will definitely die. His figure flashed, and he chased after him. Not long after, he found that the other party's spirit ship had stopped there. What's going on? Not running anymore. Could it be a trap? He scanned his surroundings and found no enemies. Humph! He sneered, and his gaze fell on the spirit ship in front of him. Could it be that he was in despair? Very likely. He revealed a cruel smile. No matter who it was, being chased by an invincible king like him day and night, he would have broken down long ago. Ka. The cabin door of the Black Earth opened, and a dark red figure walked out. It was the dark red divine dragon. After the dark red divine dragon came out, he looked around and saw the Thousand Knives King not far away, revealing a contemptuous smile. Damn old fart! How dare you chase after me? Get lost. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Hearing this, the Thousand Knives King was furious. A snake dared to speak to him like that? You don't know death. I'll skin you alive later. With a tap of his foot, he instantly rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon pretended to be afraid and quickly ran into the Black Earth. However, it did not close the cabin door. All of this was to trick the Thousand Knives King into coming in. Sure enough, the Thousand Knives King did not hesitate and directly entered the Black Earth. Let's see where you can run today. He was too excited. As long as he entered, the other party would have nowhere to go. Then he would be able to kill these two ants as he wished. Ha. Kneel down obediently and accept your death. After the Thousand Knives King entered, he saw Lin Xian, and his smile became even wider, because this kid had a lot of treasures on him, and he wanted to take a few cultivation techniques for himself. But soon he was stunned. This was because he discovered that the other party didn't scream in fear as he had imagined. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. The dark red snake beside him laughed even more arrogantly than him. Ha, are we dead meat? I think you're the one who's going to die. Old bastard, quickly kneel down and kowtow to us 100,000 times. This emperor can still consider letting you die a quick death later. Otherwise, I'll let you know what torture is. Courting death. At this point, the other party still dared to say such words. The Million Saber Emperor flicked his finger, firing a sharp saber glow. It grew in size, turning into a streak of divine rainbow as it hacked forward. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon executed their movement techniques and dodged swiftly. At the same time, the dark red dragon roared and activated the array formation. Soon, the Black Earth was lit up with countless runes, encapsulating Lin Xian, the crimson godly dragon, and the Million Sabers Emperor. Seeing this, the myriad blade monarch frowned and sneered. A blue battle armor appeared on his body. Above it, the piercingly cold saber light flashed. A mere array formation. What can it do to me? He couldn't care less about it. Unless it was a formation set up by a sage, it could kill him. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. How could these two have a sage's formation in their hands? However, soon he was stunned. The overwhelming attacks he imagined did not happen. The surrounding array formation flickered incomparably, forming a strange space and domain. Even the surrounding scenery changed. It was as if they had left the spiritual boat and arrived in a strange space. Surrounding them were vast mountains and primeval forests. In the distance, there was a Milky Way waterfall falling from the sky, producing a rumbling sound. It was a scene of paradise. Where was this? The Million-Saber Emperor frowned, his eyes emitting a piercingly cold light. Illusion. He carefully guarded his soul, but in his heart, he was even more disdainful. As a peerless saber artist, his mind was extremely tenacious. How could a mere illusion confuse him? Kid, do you think you can scare me by using an array formation? You're too naive. Now you can go to hell. The Million-Saber Emperor drew the blue saber on his back and slashed out. Disillusionment, Milky Way, slash. When the saber slashed out, it was as if a starry sky of the universe was charging over. Humph! Lin Xian took a step forward, and his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, as if he was a god. He waved his fist and used the heaven-fighting divine fist. The terrifying fist illuminated heaven and earth and directly charged forward. Boom! 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 The fist and saber light collided, producing a shocking sound. In the next moment, the Million-Saber Emperor screamed. He discovered that his saber light had been shattered by the other party's punch. How was this possible? The Million-Saber Emperor's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. Just a day ago, he had beaten the other party until he vomited blood and kept running. The other party did not dare to face him head-on. But now the other party had shattered his saber light with a punch? This was simply too shocking. Could it be that the other party's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change in one day? He had also reached the invincible king realm? No, impossible. It was definitely not like that. The Million-Saber Emperor shook his head frantically. What a joke! It took him nearly 2,000 years to reach the invincible king realm. The other party could reach it in one day? What a joke! Perhaps even the ancient emperors did not have such ability. Damn it, what was going on? Illusion. It must be an illusion. The Million-Saber Emperor roared crazily. He guessed that he might have fallen into an illusion. The previous scene was all an illusion. Damned illusion technique, unseal it for me. Countless saber lights rushed out of his body, cutting through the void and slashing in all directions. As a saber user, his saber intent was very powerful. Therefore, he was confident that if he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely break this illusion. It's useless, stop struggling. This was not an illusion at all. The 1-pound, dark, red, divine dragon also walked out, sneering. Old bastard, I said that if you dare to come in, you will die. Since you have come to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The dark, red, divine dragon waved its dragon claw, and a black pearl appeared above its head. As it moved, the black pearl kept enlarging. It was like a black sun, burning fiercely and smashing forward. Damn snake, get out of my sight! The Million-Saber Emperor was trembling with anger. A snake dared to look down on him? The long saber in his hand slashed out again, turning into a sky full of stars that collided with the black sun. An intense collision sound rang out, and the sky full of light exploded, so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The Million-Saber Emperor screamed in horror. No, impossible. He realized that a snake could actually compete with him. They were evenly matched. What was going on? Chapter 2648. The Million-Blade King was stunned. The two of them broke through from the Almighty Realm to the Invincible King Realm in one day, surpassing the cultivation of others by 1 or 2,000 years. How was that possible? Even an immortal pill could not do that. No, there must be a reason. There must be a reason. The Million-Blade King tried to calm himself down. Yes, the array. They activated the array just now. It must be because of the array. Could it be that this array could provide energy to make one an invincible king? What kind of array was this? It was too scary. If there were more of them, wouldn't they be invincible? The Million-Blade King looked terrible, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. No, my power? He was surprised to find that his cultivation was no longer at the Invincible King realm. Damn it, what was going on? He was too shocked to notice it before. But now he realized that there was a force between heaven and earth that suppressed him. It made his cultivation fall from the invincible king realm to the 8-star king realm. This was impossible. My cultivation is being suppressed. He finally found the reason. It turned out that it was not that the other party had become stronger, but that his cultivation was suppressed. He was suppressed to the 8-star king realm. It was the effect of the array. The million-blade king understood immediately. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant in front of him and kept provoking him. It turned out that it was to lure him in and suppress his cultivation. There was actually an array that could suppress the cultivation of an invincible king. This shocked him, but at the same time he was relieved. Fortunately, it was not that the other party had become an invincible king. In this way, this dilemma could be solved. The next moment, he looked at the two and said coldly, "You can suppress my cultivation. I have to say that your means are really amazing. However, do you think that you can contend against me just because of this? Even if I have fallen to the 8-star king realm, I am still stronger than you. It is also easy for me to kill you." Indeed, in his opinion, his strength had weakened, but he was still a realm higher than the other party. The other party was just an ordinary 7-star almighty, while he was an 8-star king. In addition to his combat experience and trump cards, he had completely surpassed the other party. Therefore, he wouldn't lose this battle either. "Even now, you still want to kill us?" The dark red dragon sneered. Lin Xian's voice was also cold. "I've already killed more than one late-stage 8-star king tier. So do you have any last words? If you can tell me your plan and the mastermind behind it, I can consider giving you a quick death later." Courting death. Lin Xian's words thoroughly infuriated the myriad blade monarch. Lin Xian's confident manner infuriated him. "Kill!" With a cold shout, the myriad blade king charged over with a sky full of blade lights. He was really mad. He had to kill these two despicable people in front of him. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Lin Xian's expression turned cold when he saw his opponent charging at him again. He executed the heaven-battling divine fist. The terrifying fist blasted forward, causing the entire world to tremble. Terrifying shattering sounds could be heard as the space in the sky continued to shatter. The saber light around the 1,000-blade sovereign was also shattered into pieces. This was the heaven-battling divine fist. Combined with the power of the 9-yang divine body, it was extremely terrifying. "Damn it, this kid's fist is so scary." The myriad blade king's expression changed drastically. He didn't realize it when he was an invincible king, but now that his cultivation was suppressed, he realized that his opponent was too strong. No one below the invincible king tier could be his opponent. Damn it, he actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. "I don't believe it. I'm an invincible king, and my methods are heaven-defying. Even if my cultivation realm falls, I can definitely kill an ant." The myriad blade king kept hypnotizing himself. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to break through the sky. However, there were mysterious runes between heaven and earth that firmly sealed his cultivation. He couldn't break through at all. "Damn it! Taste my venomous dragon spike." The myriad blade king took out a treasure from his storage ring. It was a black, venomous spike that was as long as an arm. It was covered with black scales, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Buzz! The myriad blade king formed a seal and quickly activated the venomous dragon spike. The venomous dragon seemed to have come alive as it continued to grow. It turned into a black dragon that was 100 feet long and roared in the sky. "Kill him!" This was a heaven-grade treasure that was extremely terrifying. It sealed the soul of a flood dragon. Roar! Sure enough, after the venomous dragon spike transformed into a flood dragon, it roared, and a terrifying demonic sound resounded between heaven and earth. A pressure that came from the soul was quickly produced. "Kid, go to hell!" The myriad blade king roared with a ferocious expression. This flood dragon soul was a powerful demon king. and it was the soul of an invincible demon king. It was sealed inside by a saint and formed into a treasure. It was extremely terrifying. He didn't believe that the other party could withstand the soul of an invincible king. Roar! After the flood dragon's roar, another loud and clear sound resounded between heaven and earth. This sound was several times stronger than before. Between heaven and earth, invisible waves of air rolled, and the myriad blade king's body trembled. His face became terrified. Damn it, what was that sound? It was actually the roar of a dragon. He didn't believe that it was released by the venomous dragon spike, because the venomous dragon spike only sealed fine dragons, and there was a world of difference between them and real dragons. A mere flood dragon dares to be arrogant in front of me? The dark red divine dragon floated in the sky, his eyes filled with disdain. He roared again, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Damn it, it was that snake. He could actually release a dragon's roar. The myriad blade king's eyes widened, and his face was filled with fear and shock. Previously, he thought that the other party was just a snake, but now it seemed that it was definitely not the case. The other party's dragon's roar was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the invincible flood dragon. What was the other party? Could it be that it was really a dragon? He didn't dare to imagine. Were there really dragons in this world, other than the legend of the nest of 10,000 dragons? He had never seen a real dragon appear in this world. While the myriad blade king was shocked, the venomous dragon spike in the sky also trembled nonstop. Although that soul was an invincible king, how could it compare to the dark red divine dragon in terms of aura and pressure? At this moment, the light on the venomous dragon spike dimmed a lot. Damn it, even if it was a dragon, so what? In the face of absolute strength, everything would be destroyed. The myriad blade king grabbed the venomous dragon spike and stabbed out. Between heaven and earth, countless black flood dragons rushed out. Chapter 2649. The sky was filled with black dragon phantoms, and the entire world was trembling as if the world was about to fall. Humph! The dark red divine dragon used the dragon clan's great theurgy to fight back. Any black dragon phantoms that got close to him were all destroyed. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. He used the chaotic yin-yang steps to form yin-yang qi and walked in the void as he quickly charged over. Any black dragon phantoms that he encountered were all destroyed by his fist. Boom! Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderous sounds rang out, making people tremble. The terrifying collision erupted with countless rays of light. Fortunately, this was a strange space. Otherwise, the real world would have been destroyed long ago. Whoosh! Lin Xian finally reached the front. He looked at the 1,000-blade king with a cold smile. Countless sword qi exploded from his body. He was like a god of swords, fighting against the saber light. The 1,000-blade king's face changed when he felt the sword qi. So terrifying. Lin Xian's sword qi was too sharp. It even surpassed the saber light that he had cultivated for 1,000 or 2,000 years. He found it hard to believe. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, his heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was like an emperor looking down on the world. Heaven battling divine fist, one punch to break the sky. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the terrifying fist emitted light. Countless sword qi transformed into mysterious runes and fell together with Lin Xian's movements. This punch had the power to shatter the starry sky and swallow the mountains and rivers. This was the 9-yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was the purest and most yang energy incomparable. The 1,000-blade king's body trembled. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a supreme emperor. He could not help but want to kneel down. Damn it! Hold it in. Saber light exploded from within the 1,000-blade king's body, and he stopped that thought. His body was covered in cold sweat. Lin Xian was too terrifying. Kill! He roared and tried to stay awake. He waved his venomous dragon spike and stabbed out crazily. Venomous dragon breaks the sky. Boom! The two collided, and heaven and earth collapsed, destroying everything. Roar! A miserable sound rang out. The soul of the black dragon let out a miserable cry. Even the black dragon phantoms were rolling in the air. The venom dragon spike was sent flying, and the myriad blade king was sent flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his armor was dyed red with blood. His face was extremely pale, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it! Damn it! The myriad blade king was so angry that he coughed up blood. The myriad blade king was so angry that his entire body was trembling. However, not long after, he revealed a sinister smile. That was because he discovered that there were no cracks on his body, nor were his bones shattered. This scene made him go wild with joy. It seemed that only his cultivation was suppressed, but his life rating could not be suppressed. In other words, his body was still that of an invincible king. Thinking of this, he smiled proudly. Ha ha ha! Brat, do you think you can win by suppressing my cultivation? With your strength, you won't be able to break through my defense. I can't break through your defense. So what? Today, I'm going to beat you up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ruffian dragon, attack together! Torture him to death. Ha 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 ha! I can't wait any longer. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it also roared excitedly. It swung its dragon tail and rushed forward to take a palm strike from Lin Xian. The myriad blade king could have dodged that attack. However, at the same time, Lin Xian's fist flew over. He had seen the power of Lin Xian's fist, so of course he did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he could only take Lin Xian's fist head-on. At the same time he kept dodging. Bang! Smack! Although he blocked Lin Xian's fist, he was slapped by the dark red divine dragon. Immediately his body spun in the air and flew backward. The dark red divine dragon kept swinging its hand. Damn it! Old Cha Mao is too thick-skinned. Even my hand hurts. Bang! The myriad blade king had just stood up. When he heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling with anger. Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you. However, what greeted him was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's frenzied attacks. The two of them knew that they couldn't break the other party's defense, so they directly slapped each other's face. They wanted to slap each other's face ruthlessly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the myriad blade king's face to be slapped more than a dozen times. Each slap made a deafening sound. However, his life level was extremely high, so he wouldn't be injured at all. Therefore, after more than a dozen slaps, his face was incomparably red, like a pig's liver. Of course, it wasn't because he was beaten, but because he was angry. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He felt that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it, this old thing's face is too thick. If I can't use my hands, I'll just kick him. Lin Xian changed his strategy. The dark red divine dragon also swung its dragon tail directly at the other party. Lin Xian raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Bang, bang, bang. From the beginning to the end, the myriad blade king was suppressed by the two of them. If others saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death, because this was an invincible king. Two 7-star powerhouses were actually beating up an invincible king. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a dream. Ah, go to hell. The myriad blade king was finally enraged. He took out a broken treasure. This was a sage's broken treasure. As soon as it appeared, the sage's aura was overwhelming, and it directly pushed back Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The broken treasure box floated beside the myriad blade king. The myriad blade king's eyes were red, and he couldn't stop panting. I must tear you into pieces. Not only the two of you, but I won't let off anyone who has anything to do with you too. I want to kill all of them. He screamed like a madman. TSK, you want to scare us with a mere sage's broken treasure? The dark, red, divine dragon snorted and took out a broken treasure pagoda. Lin Xian also took out the sage's handbone. Sage's broken treasure, and there are two of them. The Myriad Blade King was extremely shocked, and his face instantly turned green. Damn it, the other party's foundation is too rich. Two 7-star powerhouses actually have something like a sage's broken treasure? One had to know that not everyone, even invincible kings, would have a sage's broken treasure. It could be said that it was very precious, but the other party took out two of them in an instant. How was he going to fight? As expected, his broken treasure was directly suppressed in the void and couldn't reflect at all. Lin Xian took out Flower Protector again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Do you really think that I can't break your defense? He gently shook the bell, and a demonic sound turned into a terrifying sound wave sword chi that rushed forward. Pum! Poof! The Myriad Blade King shot out countless blade lights to resist it, but soon he was sent flying. The armor on his body was damaged. Damn it, what is this? Flower Protector, could it be the legendary great weapon, Flower Protector? He was extremely terrified. The other party even has such an ancient weapon? Damn it. Galaxy Seal. The Myriad Blade King quickly formed a seal, and the blade lights in the sky revolved around his hand, forming a galaxy. Chapter 2650. He pushed his palm forward, pushing the entire Milky Way to resist the sound wave attack. With a loud clang, an earth-shattering collision sound was heard. He blocked the wave of attack. Looking at this scene, the 1,000-Blade King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying seal, as expected of an invincible king. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still so powerful. One should know that an ordinary late-stage 8-star powerhouse would have been killed by him. The other party could hold on for such a long time. It could be said that he definitely had the foundation and combat experience of an invincible king. However, the other party was no longer an invincible king. Therefore, he still had a way to kill the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, he tore open the seal of the Flower Protector. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave, sword chi, became even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Countless black holes appeared in the Milky Way diagram in the sky, and those Milky Ways became dim. Damn it, the power became stronger again. The 1,000-Blade King kept retreating. The armor on his body was directly penetrated, and a few bloody holes appeared. Blood flowed out. Finally, under the attack of the Flower Protector, he was injured. This scene caused him to be terrified. It seemed that the other party had the ability to kill him. This made him feel a strong sense of fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. As long as he left this array, as long as he left this strange spirit boat and appeared in the real world outside, he would still be an invincible king. He would still be an invincible existence. He would no longer be afraid of the other party. Therefore, he had to leave this place quickly. The saber slashed out, tearing the world apart, and a huge black hole appeared. The 1,000-Blade King's body swayed and flew in. He wanted to leave this space, but soon he was blasted out by a punch. Now, you still want to run? From the moment you stepped into this formation, your fate has already been judged. This is the place where you will perish. Lin Xian's body emitted thousands of rays of light, and his cold voice sounded. Lin Xian threw the Flower Protector to the dark red divine dragon, letting him control the Flower Protector to kill the 1,000-Blade King. As for himself, he pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. His entire body was surrounded by sword light, and he rushed over like a god of death. Seeing that the other party had abandoned Flower Protector and dared to attack him, the Myriad Blade King also roared crazily. Without Flower Protector, he wasn't afraid of them. Therefore, in the next moment, he pointed his finger forward. Blade God's finger. Then he stretched out a finger, which contained a supreme, profound intent. Together with the saber light that filled the sky, it blasted forward. Boom! This finger attack was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the saber light unleashed by the 1,000 saber monarch. Clearly, this was a finger formed from the essence of countless saber lights. Go to hell, brat. The myriad blade king revealed a ferocious expression once again. His opponent's physical defense was not as good as his. If his opponent was hit by his finger of the saber god, both body and soul would be destroyed. Ninefold Thunder Sword. The current Lin Xian was still able to use the third stage of the Ninefold Thunder Sword. Along with his sword light, countless thunder sea-surged. Streaks of thunder sword chi transformed into thunder dragons that roared incessantly. It dashed through the void and charged towards the broadsword god's finger. Crack! The incomparably terrifying and extremely sharp divine saber finger was actually severed by a single slash. Ah, the finger of the saber god was severed. The myriad blade king's finger was also broken, and it was strangely deformed. He grunted and was pushed back. He did not care about the wound on his finger. What shocked him more was that his opponent's strength and sword chi could actually break his finger of the saber god. It was too terrifying. If his opponent had used the flower protector to break his finger, he could still accept it. After all, the flower protector was an ancient weapon. It had killed many terrifying experts. But now his opponent had broken his finger of the saber god with his own strength? Could it be that his opponent had reached such a terrifying stage? You are very powerful. You have been chasing after me with the strength of an invincible king. Do you really think that you can kill me? You are only relying on your cultivation of over 2,000 years. If you were at the same level as me, I could kill you with a single slash. Therefore, you do not have the right to be arrogant in front of me. If I had lived for 2,000 years, I would have become a sage long ago. I could kill you with a single slap. Moreover, you are not an invincible king now. Do you think that you can still fight against me now? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn, brat, don't be complacent. Do you think that you can kill me just because you broke one of my fingers? You are too naive. My trump card is not something you can imagine. The 1,000 Saber King roared crazily, being slapped in the face by a junior and pressed on top of his head. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Not only was he unhappy, he was about to go crazy from anger. And if I was in my full state, I could kill you with one move. The 1,000 Saber King was filled with hatred. The biggest mistake in his life was to enter the other party's spirit boat. And Lin Xian sneered. The 9-layered thunder sword danced crazily. Behind him, 3 huge thunder swords surged forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit combined with the sky-high sword and the 5 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was extremely terrifying. The 1,000 Saber King resisted with difficulty and kept retreating. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shifted his position. In the end, he descended from the sky like a deity and viciously kicked the Million Blades monarch in the stomach. This kick not only contained the power of the 9-yang divine body, there was also the shadow of a dragon on the sole of his foot. 2 powerful forces collided with each other. Boom! The other party's armor shattered. The 1,000 Saber King's body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Puff! The 1,000 Saber King kept vomiting blood as he roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his 5 fingers. The 5 elements sword technique formed the 5 element seal and directly enveloped the 1,000 Saber King, suppressing him. Humph! After that, Lin Xian raised his foot and stepped on the 1,000 Saber King's head. I am an ant. Then now that I am stepping on your head, what are you? Trash among the ants? Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Time was indeed a good thing. It could allow some trash to use the advantage of time to climb to a high position. But in the end, trash was still trash. When he lost the power of time in front of a peerless genius, he could not withstand a single blow You are just a trash who took advantage of time, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold. It was like a cold sword piercing into the 1,000 Saber King's heart. He was despised? He was actually despised by the other party. Moreover, he was called trash by the other party. The 1,000 Saber King's lungs were about to explode from anger. That's right, he was about to explode from anger. The blood in his body was tumbling, and he had suffered serious internal injuries. There was no other way. He had already lived for more than 2,000 years and had become an invincible king. It could be said that he was proud of the same price. Back then, when he was young, he was also a shocking genius. His path was smooth, and he became an invincible king. But now he was actually despised by a kid in his 20s. He was called trash. Chapter 2651. Kid, you've become so eloquent. You can't kill me. As long as I leave this spiritual boat, it'll be your death. The 1,000-Blade King's voice was cold. His eyes were like two peerless heavenly blades as he stared at Lin Xian. Do you think you can still survive today? The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly. It activated Flower Protector and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000-Blade King looked like he was struck by lightning as a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. However, at this time, a mysterious heavenly blade diagram formed on his body. He quickly rose into the air and fought against Flower Protector. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Flower Protector is powerful, but with your strength, you can't unleash its power. That's why you're ants. You don't even know how to use the treasure when it's in your hands. The 1,000-Blade King laughed maniacally again. Without Flower Protector, how could Su Mo kill him? At most, he would just humiliate him. He would definitely get his revenge. Do you think I can't kill you without Flower Protector? Lin Xian waved his hand and recalled the Saint's Hand Bone to suppress the 1,000-Blade King to prevent him from escaping. Besides, the Saint's Fragment could be blocked with the Pagoda Fragment. Saint's Fragment. Seeing this scene, the Myriad Blade King was also extremely frightened. If Su Mo used the Saint's Fragment, he could really threaten him. However, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a cold snort, tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the sky as the 1,000-blade domain appeared, trying to break free from the 5-element seal. However, Lin Xian used the Saint's Hand Bone to suppress the scimitar domain, so the 1,000-Blade King couldn't escape at all. Buzz! With a flash of light, Lin Xian unlocked the 6th seal on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. A terrifying sword light shot into the sky. Sensing this sword light, the dark red dragon spat out saliva. The 1,000-Blade King was also shocked. Su Mo was a small powerhouse, but he could unleash such sword chi. It was indeed surprising. He snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little sword chi? You can try. You probably can't even break my defense. Pum! Without saying a word, the sword slashed at his neck. Instantly, a terrifying vibration sounded. The 10,000-Blade King was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground. The 10,000-blade domain emitted a cold light, but it was suppressed by the Saint's Hand Bone. Lin Xian did not use any bone attacks. Instead, he used all his strength to suppress his opponent. He knew that the trump cards of a peerless realm cultivator were extremely terrifying. He had to suppress his opponent in order to kill him. Buzz, the ancient Dragon Abyss sword, which had its 6 seals removed, emitted a resplendent light. As Lin Xian swung his arm, it ruthlessly slashed forward. With a clang, the sword landed on the opponent's head, emitting a thunderous sound. The flying spark sword pierced through the void. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding space. This sword was extremely terrifying. The Myriad Blade King was also struck until he saw stars and felt dizzy. However, his head did not split open. There was only a shallow scar on his head. Brat, I've said it before, it's useless. You can't break my defense at all. The myriad blade king revealed a ferocious expression. His eyes were bloodshot like a demon. No matter what you did to me today, when I catch you, I'll return it 10 times, 100 times. I'll let you taste the consequences of offending me. Damn it, old man, your skin is so thick. Lin Xian also frowned. Even the 6 seals could not hurt his opponent. The defense of an peerless realm cultivator was truly terrifying. It seemed that he could only use the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian sighed. His expression became extremely solemn. Within his body, a dragon's roar sounded. Hearing this sound, the myriad blade king's expression changed. Damn it, dragon's roar. How could this guy use dragon's roar? He was already shocked by the dark red divine dragon's roar. However, he did not expect that this human brat in front of him could also use dragon's roar. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not human? At this moment he was indeed stunned. However, what made him even more shocked was yet to come, because in front of Lin Xian, a sword shadow appeared. The dragon-like sword shadow was very mysterious and emitted a monstrous killing intent. The moment it appeared, the myriad blade king's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Damn it, what was this sword shadow? Finally, fear appeared in his eyes, because he felt that his life was in danger. How could there be such a terrifying thing in his opponent's body? Seeing the other party's frightened eyes, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. What? Now you still think that I can't kill you? Damn brat, how dare you attack me? The myriad blade king screamed. He did feel that his life was in danger. How about this? The 2 of us discuss. You let me go, and from now on I won't attack you again. How about it? He was really afraid and began to negotiate with the other party. Now you want to negotiate with me? When you were chasing me before, did you think of negotiating with me? As an peerless realm cultivator, you shamelessly chased after a rising star like me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Now you want to negotiate? Too late. Today will be the day of your death. Lin Xian sneered, and the killing intent on his body grew colder and colder. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him bloomed with a primordial power. Humph, brat. I admit that you have many trump cards, but if you really want to kill me, it won't be that easy. The myriad blade king roared, and a mysterious blade pattern appeared on his body. It seemed that he wanted to counterattack. Buzz! Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed at the other party's head. Pum! The dragon's roar and the sword's cry rang out, and a peerless sword light filled the sky, piercing through all directions. This sword was incomparably terrifying. Crack! Ah! The myriad blade king screamed miserably, and blood burst out, dyeing the surrounding void red. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this sword had indeed injured the other party. However, it didn't directly split the other party's head. It only split open a third of the head. The physique of an peerless realm cultivator was actually this strong. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated an peerless realm cultivator. Fortunately, he had many trump cards. Otherwise, the consequences of rashly starting a fight with an peerless realm cultivator would be terrifying. Brat, I want you dead. The myriad blade king crazily burned his spiritual energy. At this moment, he was really going all out. Otherwise, his body would really be split open. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power surged out, and his split open head quickly healed. At the same time, it formed a huge rebound force that acted on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. The ancient sword trembled and released countless sword chi. Lin Xian's arm was also numbed from the shock. However, his eyes also burst with a cold light. Even now, he still wanted to resist. Pum! He fully activated the great dragon sword soul, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow exploded with unparalleled power. Sword after sword, Lin Xian crazily attacked, and in the end, the Myriad Blade King was split in half. Ah! The Myriad Blade King crazily screamed. As in Peerless Realm Cultivator, so what if he was split in half? As long as a small part was intact, he could recover. Boom! Chapter 2652. Damn it, how was that possible? It couldn't heal. His body couldn't heal at all. There was a sharp sword aura left on the sword mark that he couldn't erase at all. What kind of sword aura was that? What kind of sword technique was that? What exactly was that sword shadow? Why was it more powerful than his 2,000 years of saber light? He didn't know. The Million Saber King was in despair. Did he really have to give up his body? The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. Kid, you actually made me lose my body. I won't let you go. However, I'll enjoy your body. There was a sinister aura in his voice. The Million Saber King knew how terrifying an invincible king's body was. Its defense was terrifying. If not for the mysterious sword shadow, the other party wouldn't have been able to break through his defense. Not only that, the blood contained endless power. Therefore, the Million Saber King didn't want to give up his body unless it was absolutely necessary. But now he was seriously injured. Moreover, although the other party was young and only a 7-star powerhouse, he had too many secrets. If he could snatch the other party's body, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to become an invincible king again. More importantly, his body couldn't heal at all, and his life would be threatened. Therefore, the Million Saber King decided to go all out. His soul rushed out of his body and turned into a torrent, rushing toward Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He flashed a ferocious smile and disappeared into Lin Xian's head in an instant. Not good. Soul possession. The dark red dragon was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. He abandoned the invincible king's body and wanted to possess Lin Xian's body. However, his expression was very strange. Lin Xian's soul power was very strong, and he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. It wasn't weaker than an invincible king's soul. However, the other party was also an invincible king, and it was very terrifying. Therefore, he didn't know what the final result would be. He couldn't help. The battle of souls was very dangerous, and it was in Lin Xian's mind. He could only wait at the side. This kid should be fine, right? The dark, red, godly dragon had nothing to do, so it could only use Flower Protector to completely shatter Million Blade King's body. At the same time, he unleashed his dragon's great divine ability and began to absorb the surrounding blood. This was the blood of an invincible king, and the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian was in grave danger. He never expected that the other party would actually dare to seize his body. In an instant, a translucent figure appeared in his mind amidst the endless chaos. It was the Million Blade King. He looked around and laughed loudly. Brat, get the hell out here. Once I destroy your soul, your body will be mine. Don't worry. I will make good use of your body and become a saint. He could see that the other party had great potential. It would not be difficult for him to become an invincible king. He could even become a saint. This made him very excited. One had to know that even though he had become an undefeatable king a long time ago, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. However, with this body, things were different. You want to seize my soul? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, a pair of golden eyes slowly appeared in the endless void. It was as if the eyes of a god were looking down. Damn it, what is this thing? Million Blade King was shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. He was now in his soul state, and ordinary attacks really could not hurt him. However, the pair of golden eyes in front of him had a mysterious power. It was a great threat to him. In fact, this threat was not weaker than the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it! Why does this kid have so many secrets in his body? In addition to the sword shadow, there was also a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Million Blade King was about to go crazy. However, since he had already entered, he would not let this go. He formed a seal with his palms and launched a soul attack. Soul harvest. Many soul blades appeared on his body. There were a total of 9 of them, and they spun rapidly, attacking Lin Xian's soul. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, so what if he had many trump cards? The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. He was an invincible king, and the other party was only a 7-star almighty. There was a real gap in the soul between the 2 of them. He could easily crush the other party and destroy the other party's soul. Ha ha ha! Go to hell! The 9 soul blades spun rapidly and crazily. However, they suddenly burned in midair. They burned fiercely. These soul blades were evolved from Million Blade King's soul. Once they burned, Million Blade King's soul directly screamed. He was rolling in midair. He was extremely frightened. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he hurt me? He was too shocked. Why is the other party's soul so strange? You don't know what death is. Go to hell. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his pair of golden eyes looked down on the world. In his left eye, golden runes spun, and the floating light secret technique was activated instantly. Buzz, Million Blade King's soul, was pulled into a strange space. This space was not big, and it was just a small black room. The dim light flickered. Million Blade King was surprised to find that his whole body was hanging in the red, and his limbs were bound by the soul chains. He could not move at all. In front of him, there was a pair of invisible hands controlling all kinds of weapons and stabbing at his body crazily. Damn it, soul space! You can actually create a soul space. He was too shocked. This was an extremely terrifying, secret technique of the soul. You know quite a lot. Since this is the case, I don't need to explain too much. This is my floating light space. In here, a moment outside is equivalent to 100 years here. From now on, you will receive 100 years of arrows piercing your heart. Poo-pee-you, a miserable sound rang out. Million Blade King screamed again and again, but he could not struggle at all, because this was not a real injury, but an illusion. It was an illusion that he could not resist. However, this pain was real, and it could be said that it was extremely strange. A moment was 100 years. This time, Million Blade King could be said to be incomparably miserable. The outside world paused for 3 seconds. In other words, Million Blade King endured 300 years of arrows piercing his heart. Then a soul flame jumped out from the right eye of the golden eye in the sky. Soul burning. Huffa! Million Blade King, who had just come out of the illusion space, screamed again. This time he screamed even more miserably, because this was not an illusion but a soul attack. It directly ignited his soul. He wanted to extinguish it, but he could not do it. In the end, in the soul flame that filled the sky, he turned into nothingness. He was completely killed and disappeared. With his soul destroyed, Million Blade King could no longer revive. An invincible king, who stood at the peak of the continent, was killed by a 7-star almighty, by a young genius. Chapter 2653. Lin Xian also slowly exhaled. His face was pale as he rubbed his head. This battle was not easy for him at all. He had used up a lot of soul power, and there was not much spiritual power in his body. Moreover, at this moment, he had used up all his trump cards. It could not be helped. His opponent was an invincible king, the most powerful existence in the king competition. It was not easy to kill such a person. However, in the end, he succeeded. Kid, you're awake. Seeing Lin Xian's body move, the dark red dragon also flew over. Are you all right? Where's that old fart? I've already killed him. From now on, there's no king of 10,000 blades. Is he dead? That's great. The dark red dragon was also excited. No matter how arrogant he was, he still chased us all day long. Now he's finally dead. In that case, even if we encounter an invincible king in the future, we won't have to be afraid. Just suppress him. Activate the array formation. Suppress his cultivation and destroy him. The dark red dragon was too excited. This was definitely a powerful trump card. One had to know that their current strength was not enough to compete with an invincible king. However, if their cultivation was suppressed, they could kill him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. It's not that easy. I've already used up a quarter of my resources. If there are a few more invincible kings, I won't have any resources left. How am I supposed to cultivate then? He shook his head. He did not want to use this unless he had no other choice. Speaking of resources, his eyes suddenly lit up. That guy's storage ring? It's here. Let's see what treasures are inside. Lin Xian took it and probed it. However, he was soon ejected. That was because there was a protective seal on the other party's storage ring. It belonged to an invincible king. Humph! I've already killed the king of 10,000 blades, let alone a mere seal. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A piercing sword light burst out from his eyes and directly pierced through the seal. In the next moment, his soul probed in. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, I've struck gold." He was too excited because this storage ring was truly a huge treasure trove. Even he was dazzled by it. The dark red divine dragon's soul also probed inside. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise, "Damn, is this the wealth of an unrivaled king? That was way too powerful. Damn it. Now all I want to do is rob invincible kings." He also cried out in surprise. Previously, they had killed quite a number of peerless almighties. Among them, the Crimson Divine Dragon was getting pickier and pickier. He was only interested in the storage rings of the 4 great battle monarchs. However, compared to an invincible king, the 4 war monarchs were nothing. Even if the items in the 4 great kings' rings were added together, they wouldn't have half of what this invincible king had. Lin Xian was even more delighted. This storage ring directly replenished a quarter of the resources he had used. Moreover, it had given him a lot more. He did a quick calculation and found that the entire ring of holding was equivalent to 1/3 of his total resources. He had to admit that it really made him shocked and excited. It seemed that it was not impossible to use this method to kill invincible kings in the future. Only a quarter of it was consumed, and they could obtain even more resources. This was definitely a profitable business. Of course, this was just a thought. He wouldn't casually provoke an ordinary invincible king. However, if someone like the Million-Blade Monarch came to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon once again landed on the Black Earth. The 2 of them didn't go out, but sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. While Lin Xian was in the process of killing the Million-Blade Monarch soul, the Crimson Divine Dragon had already used the pagoda fragment to collect the Million-Blade Monarch's Saint Fragment. This was another huge treasure. In their hands, they already had the fragments of 3 saints, as well as numerous heaven-grade treasures, especially the Million-Blade Monarch's blue longsword, which was a mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. The Crimson Divine Dragon was pleasantly surprised to have so many treasures in his hands. He already had an idea. He was prepared to use these treasures and the Saint Fragment to form a super powerful killing formation. A killing formation formed with the God Fragment and heaven-grade artifacts would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It might even be able to kill an invincible king. Thinking of this, he was very excited. He had to implement this idea. On the other side, Lin Xian began to swallow all kinds of treasures to quickly recover his strength. In fact, while Lin Xian was fighting with the Million-Blade Monarch, on the other side, a door opened in the sky. A few figures descended. They were the elites of the Immortal Palace. This time there were 2 protectors, the Great Protector, the 6 protectors, and a figure. It was a woman in a black dress, and her face was covered by a black veil. However, the aura on her body was not weaker than the 2 protectors at all. Obviously, she was also an invincible king. As soon as the 3 of them descended, their gazes swept across all directions. Soon they all frowned. Sure enough, someone had sealed off this area. "Let's do it," and send a message to the Yi family," the Great Protector said in a deep voice. The 6 protectors took out exquisite artifacts and began to prepare to send the message. The appearance of these 3 people also attracted the attention of those mysterious forces. "Oh no, an invincible king has appeared. In the sky," exclamations came one after another. Soon, in a certain mountain peak, a few mysterious people in black robes quickly moved out. These 3 people were extremely terrifying. They tore through the void and charged out. These were 3 invincible kings. Soon, they discovered the Great Protector and the others. With a furious roar, they directly attacked without saying anything. Buzz, a long sword streaked across the sky, emitting an aura that made people tremble. Countless sword lights pierced through the void and slashed downwards. The scene was extremely terrifying. Another person formed a seal with his palm, forming a mountain and river that slammed down from the sky. The last person opened his mouth and spat out a black sea that enveloped the Great Protector and the others. As soon as they attacked, the 3 of them were going for the kill. Obviously, they would not give the other party any chance. The other party's 3 invincible kings had come here for no reason. It was obviously related to the Yi family. They would definitely not let the Yi family have any reaction. Old 6, send the message. Little Wu and I will fight against them. The Great Protector took a step forward and took out a red spear in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the sword lights that filled the sky instantly shattered. The terrifying black sea was also torn apart. The Great Protector charged towards the 2 invincible kings alone. The woman in the black dress also stretched out her jade-like hand and struck out with a mysterious palm technique. She fought against the black-robed man who used the seal of mountains and rivers, courting death. The 2 invincible kings were furious. The other party wanted to fight the 2 of them alone. What a joke! They were all invincible kings. How dare he fight the 2 of them alone? The 2 of them revealed sinister smiles and decided to use the fiercest method to kill the other party. One of them summoned a black ocean, which transformed into terrifying demonic beasts. Their huge bodies stood up from the sea, emitting monstrous killing intent. They pounced towards the Great Protector. Chapter 2654. The Great Protector's expression was cold. With a cold snort, the red spear in his hand erupted with endless blood light. His aura also burst out from his body. He was like a supreme god king, sweeping across all directions. Boom! Boom! After an intense battle, the Great Protector was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. This made the 2 black-robed men's faces filled with shock. Damn it! The 3rd black-robed man was also stunned. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful? He separated a wisp of his soul and looked to the side. Humph! A cold voice sounded. You should be worried about yourself. Countless runes flickered in the black-robed woman's palm, forming a white jade pagoda that directly suppressed down. With a bang, the black-robed man was sent flying. Damn it! The black-robed man roared angrily. With mountains and rivers in the sky, he charged over again. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely terrifying. Later on, the 6 protectors activated a terrifying forbidden artifact and began to transmit news to the Yi family. The Yi family was an ancient family, an emperor family. They ruled countless territories, and no one dared to provoke them. The place they were in had a huge spirit vein surrounded by spirit mountains. Spirit springs gushed out. It could be said to be a paradise on earth. At this moment, in the sky above the Yi family, space suddenly split open. Runes interweaved and covered the sky. Seeing this scene, the Yi family's elders rushed into the sky. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Yi family? Following this voice, 8 elders appeared in the sky. Their auras were sharp. In the mountains and rivers below the Yi family, countless formations flickered. Clearly, if the situation wasn't right, they would immediately activate the Great Protector Formation and attack. The Yi family's disciples and martial artists also raised their heads and discussed spiritedly. Someone actually dared to act recklessly in my Yi family? What kind of situation was this? Where did the big crack come from? These people discussed, but in the crack, countless runes interweaved and a voice sounded. Yi family's friend, there is no need to panic. I am Immortal Palace's protector. This time Immortal Palace's master came to Eastern Wasteland and discovered that your Yi family's sacred body, Yi Wu Dao, is being chased by a mysterious force. Therefore, we hurried over to deliver the news. What? Wu Dao is being chased? Hearing this, the Yi family's elders were stunned. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. You say you are from Immortal Palace, but how do you prove it? Besides, who dares to chase after our Wu Dao? They didn't believe it. Do you believe it or not? You will immediately go out. The area within a radius of a few million miles around the Yi residence had already been sealed off. No news could be transmitted over. We used Immortal Palace's restricted artifact, used tremendous magical force, and only then did we tear open space and enter. What the Yi family was. The elders didn't believe the Great Protector Formations is. Teams flew out one after another. They rode on clouds, immortal cranes, and spirit boats, moving out quickly. Soon news. There's a mysterious person. It's the 8 elders' faces fell, and they hurriedly contacted Tyrannical and the others. Although they hadn't contacted Leaf Dowdenier for a long time, they didn't think anything unexpected had happened. After all, who in the entire world? Who in the world? But this time the situation was really beyond their expectations. Not good. Elder, I can't contact the Saint Physique. They knew something had happened because Tyrannical couldn't get in touch. That was impossible, unless someone had cut off the connection, or Tyrannical was being hunted down. However, the truth was that both of these things had happened. Fellow Taoists from Immortal Palace, do you know where Wu Dao is? The old elder of the Yi family hurriedly asked. They were too anxious. We don't know. However, I think you should first destroy the surrounding formation. At the very least, you should let the news in. Otherwise, you will never find Yi Wu Dao. Many thanks to Immortal Palace for the reminder. The Yi family elders' eyes shone brightly as they hurried into action. Boom! The sound of a bell rang throughout the entire Yi clan, spreading in all directions. The Yi clan immediately took action. Countless elders and geniuses came out of seclusion one after another. Even the clan leader was startled. Soon, the family lord called for a family meeting. When they learned that Yi Wu Dao's life was in danger, they all became nervous. Attack! Wipe out everything around you. Bring your holy weapons. I will discuss this with the Grand Elder. If necessary, we will use imperial weapons. The Yi family lord was a middle-aged man. He was very dignified, and at this moment he was like a divine king. There was nothing they could do. Yi Wu Dao was too important to them. Therefore, they had no choice but to attack with all their might. The elders, invincible kings, and young experts all moved out. Among them, many elders held undamaged holy weapons. Some experts also took out the family's forbidden weapons. They all moved out, sweeping in all directions. The Yi family lord also turned around and went to the family's forbidden area to meet with the Grand Elders. Firstly, he wanted the living fossil elder to help. Secondly, he needed the help of the Grand Elders to revive the imperial weapon. It seemed that the Yi family lord was really angry. He didn't say that out of anger. He was really going to do it. Boom! In the sky, a long sword soared into the clouds. Its biting cold light swept in all directions. A terrifying holy aura quickly swept out. It was revived. An undamaged holy weapon was directly revived by the joint efforts of the Grand Elders. A terrifying pressure enveloped a radius of millions of li. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated, and the light spread out for millions of li. The martial artists in a radius of millions of li all raised their heads at this moment, their faces filled with fear. Heavens, what was going on? Someone used a holy weapon. Who was it? Nonsense, it had to be the Yi family. The martial artists in the nearby cities looked at the resplendent light in the sky and trembled. The Yi family used a holy weapon? Why? Were they going to start a war again? No one knew. These people didn't know about Yi Wudao. Moreover, no one was idle enough to go to the Yi family's territory. Buzz! Just as they were discussing excitedly, another ray of light exploded in the sky. A purple saber light appeared in the sky, bringing with it divine lightning. In an instant, it illuminated millions of li heavens. It's another saint weapon that's in perfect condition. What was going on with the Yi family? Boom! A green hammer floated up and down. It was also incomparably terrifying. A third holy weapon. Everyone was stunned. Many people sat on the ground. The 3 undamaged holy weapons were revived, forming a triangle that suppressed the heavens and the earth. A terrifying holy aura swept through the world. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed men's expressions changed. Not good. The Yi family still found out. Damn it, you actually sent a message. Chapter 2655. Damn it. How did they do it? The group was completely stunned. After all, they had set up an ancient restrictive spell formation, which was extremely terrifying. Ordinary methods wouldn't have been able to transmit any information. And yet, the 3 people in front of them had actually been able to transmit information to the Yi clan. That was completely beyond their expectations. How could they possibly have known that a mortal palace had existed for a very long time, and that its origins were extremely mysterious and terrifying? Furthermore, they had used a forbidden item from a mortal palace. That was why they had been able to quickly notify the Yi clan. What do we do? The black-robed figures had unsightly expressions. Even further away, a tall figure who looked like a devil king was frowning. Had they been discovered? But we've already been delayed for a long time. I wonder if they've succeeded. I don't think so. Otherwise, we would have received the news by now. The mysterious figures next to him also shook their heads. Their expressions were very unsightly. They had been chasing Leaf Daudenier for a very long time, but had yet to succeed. Furthermore, they had already sent out many invincible kings. Was a trifling Leaf Daudenier really that difficult to kill? Have most of your people retreat. Don't fight them head-on. However, guard every stronghold that leads back to the Yi clan. If you find Leaf Daudenier, send me a message immediately. The remaining invincible kings will stay here with me. This time, we'll see what kind of power the Yi clan has. With that, a vicious smile appeared on his face. The demonic aura on his body pierced through the clouds, forming a demonic cloud that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky for millions of kilometers turned completely dark. Were those dark clouds or devil energy? Off in the distance, the martial artists in the cities looked up at the sky. As the sky grew darker and darker, their faces filled with terror. That was because they could sense a cold, killing intent emanating from the dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to crush everything in their path. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that you'd still find out? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a loud laughter came from the horizon. It turned into rolling thunder and swept out in all directions. When the martial artists in the distant cities heard the voice, they were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to withstand the power. Not good. Who would have thought that there would be someone so terrifying among the mysterious figures? The great protector's expression also changed. He brought the 6 old men and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu, and the 3 of them quickly retreated. They did not continue fighting because their main mission this time was to inform the Yi clan. Now, they had accomplished their mission. Where was the palace master? He had to find him quickly, or else he would be in danger. The 6 protectors were extremely anxious. The great protector's eyes flickered. There was no rush. The palace master had an imprint of the immortal palace on his body, and we could sense it. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and a disc array appeared in front of him, flickering nonstop. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was not very far from us. It was less than 2,000,000 miles away. Let's go and meet with the temple lord first. The great guardian waved his hand, and the three of them soared into the sky. However, when they had just flown 30,000 li, they were stopped. Countless black-clothed individuals descended. The ones leading the group were none other than the peerless emperors that were fighting the Great Protector and his crew. You want to leave just like that? How dare you ruin my plan? Do you think we will let you go? Capture the three of them and kill them. Shredded into pieces. Light exploded in the sky, and the three peerless emperors roared. A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely terrifying. However, this battle was ignored by the demonic clouds that filled the sky. That was because the demonic clouds were too terrifying. It was as if hell had descended from the universe, causing people to tremble. Who are you people? How dare you oppose the Yi clan? Do you want to die? On the Yi clan's side, an elder also roared. Golden light bloomed in the sky, and the three great sage soldiers erupted with incomparably terrifying light, forming a world of light that blocked the pitch-black clouds. Damn it, if anything happens to Wu Dao, the Yi clan will definitely not let you off. Every single one of you who participated in this plan, and every single one of your clans, will be uprooted. The Yi clan will exterminate all of you. The Yi clan experts roared. They had really gone crazy, and all of them were surging with killing intent. How domineering! How arrogant the Yi clan was! The mysterious voice sounded again, as expected of an emperor clan. However, this threat is useless against me. This time, Yi Wu Dao will definitely die. As for the rest of you, stay here obediently and I won't touch you. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. At this point, the dark clouds in the sky churned and then formed ferocious heads. They were like the heads of demons and they roared. Space shattered and countless bolts of lightning surged. A terrifying aura descended on the world. Accompanied by those terrifying heads, the dark clouds began to spin, forming a huge vortex in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. From the vortex, a black death demonic blade appeared. Slash! With a slash, heaven and earth were split in half. Countless mountains and rivers below shattered, and the entire space cracked open, forming a crack of millions of miles that continued to spread. It was as if this slash was going to split the entire Yi clan in half. How dare you attack the Yi clan? You really don't know life from death. The Yi clan elder snorted coldly, and countless figures flickered. Activate the formation. A cold voice sounded, and the Yi clan elder also walked out. He looked at the sky with a cold expression. He gave the order, and the land of the Yi clan, within a radius of millions of miles, began to flicker. At the center, the largest formation was formed, and it spread to the surrounding area. One formation after another appeared, emitting a peerless aura to block the attacks that filled the sky. This was their territory. Who could break through? However, the power of this slash was still beyond their imagination. They even suspected that a saint had made a move, because this slash had shattered countless formations, and many formations within a radius of a few million miles were shattered. However, the main formations within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were not affected. Who was this guy? How could he be so terrifying? No matter how terrifying he was only one person. Our Yi clan has tens of millions of experts. It would be easy to kill him. They were preparing to attack. But in the sky, other than that fiend-like figure, more than 10 figures appeared. Each of them emitted a peerless aura. They were invincible kings and extremely terrifying ones. Damn it! There were so many terrifying, invincible kings. The Yi clan was shocked. Although the dozen or so unrivaled kings were no threat to them, the strength that they had displayed had left them astonished. What kind of force was this? It was definitely not a small force. Which sacred ground was it? Chapter 2656. They didn't know that the feeling of being tricked was too unpleasant. A huge battle broke out between the two sides. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were recovering on the black earth. Suddenly, the black earth trembled again. The two of them opened their eyes. Damn it, could it be that someone was coming again? The two of them probed out with their souls, wanting to see who dared to kill them. Even if it was an invincible king, they would dare to fight against him this time. However, there was no one. However, the surrounding wind and thunder rumbled, and many large cracks appeared. Terrifying energy bombarded the black earth. In an instant, the black earth flew tens of thousands of miles. Damn, what's going on? Could it be that a saint had come? The dark red dragon was shocked. Damn it, did the two of us attract a saint's pursuit? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Don't talk nonsense. How could such a person appear and attack us? He was also startled. The Black Earth said, Actually, when the two of you were fighting with the invincible king, such a situation had already happened outside. It was just that the power back then wasn't so great. Now, it seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. What exactly happened? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were puzzled. Indeed, they had been hiding in the Black Earth. Previously, they were fighting with the 1,000-Blade King. After the battle, they resumed their cultivation. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to the situation outside. They didn't expect that the outside was already so dangerous. It was that mysterious force that was fighting with the Yi family. The Yi family had many experts with intact sacred weapons. However, they didn't expect that this mysterious force was so terrifying. There were also many terrifying, invincible kings. Moreover, one of them was extremely terrifying. Did you see the dark clouds above your head? It was summoned by that person. It was too powerful, no weaker than a sacred weapon. Damn! Lin Xian and the dark red dragon finally saw the scene outside clearly. They looked at the dark sky in the distance. There were a few rays of light flickering like the sun. Those should be the intact sacred weapons. The two sides were actually fighting. It seemed that the Yi family had received the news. Thinking of this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It should be Xing Tian and the others who made a move. However, did they make a move in the Immortal Palace or here? They should be fine. Kid, it's too dangerous here. Let's get some distance away first. The dark red divine dragon suggested. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth, and the two of them quickly retreated. They retreated about 3 million miles and then stopped. But not long after, Lin Xian frowned again. This was because he felt a few sharp auras coming from behind him. What's going on? He hurriedly used his heaven-tier divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down on everything within 1,000,000 miles. Soon, his eyes lit up in surprise. Leaf Doudenier had appeared. What? You're saying that kid is still alive? That's great. The crimson divine dragon heaved a sigh of relief. How is he? Is he okay? Lin Xian's expression became serious. Things weren't looking good because there were several unrivaled kings chasing after him. Several people were chasing after him. The crimson dragon grinned. The Yi clan really was strong, especially Yi Doudenier. Being chased by so many invincible kings, he was actually able to survive and hold on for so long. It was truly surprising. The two of them had just killed an invincible king. Naturally, they knew how powerful invincible kings were. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Let's hurry up and help him. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and quickly attacked. Yes, it was Yi Doudenier who was escaping 1,000,000 miles away. At this moment, there were only 4 elders left beside him. It could be said that he was in a miserable state. Even Yi Doudenier was covered in blood, and his face was pale. From the looks of it, he was also heavily injured. After all, being chased by so many invincible kings, It was already a miracle that he was still alive. "Kid, you can't escape." Behind him, an invincible king laughed sinisterly and waved his hand. A large bell that was flickering with light flew out. It enlarged in the sky and descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Yi, Dowdenier, and the others. Buzz! The bell was dark green with many runes engraved on it. It looked very simple. At a glance, it was a treasure. Yes, it was a mid-grade heaven-tier treasure. At this moment, when an invincible king used it, it could suppress everything. Rumble! As expected, when the bell fell, the void was instantly torn apart. Countless runes flashed in the sky, and wind and thunder rumbled. A strange power enveloped Yi, Dowdenier, and the 4 elders of the Yi clan. Yi Dowdenier didn't resist. Instead, he pushed the golden chariot and fled like crazy. He didn't have much strength left, so it wasn't wise for him to fight with the other party. More importantly, they were now very close to the Yi family. As long as he entered the Yi clan's range of influence, he would be safe. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered. The bell missed and didn't injure Yi Dowdenier. However, Yi Dowdenier and the others were still pushed back by the shockwave. "Kid, you don't have much power left, do you? Let's see how many more times you can escape." The green-robed king behind him sneered when he saw that his attack had missed. An elder of the Yi clan snorted coldly. "Damn it, when we get back to the Yi clan, you'll die." They were furious. 4 of their elders had died, and Yi Dowdenier was seriously injured. If it weren't for the fact that they were protecting him, and that he had used the projection of his ancestor, he would have been killed long ago. "You want to go back to the Yi clan? How naive! We've already set up an inescapable net for millions of kilometers around the Yi clan. Do you really think you can escape? If you had fled to some other place, we might have been in a bit of a pickle. But you chose to flee to the Yi clan. Isn't that the same as walking right into a trap? In fact, we didn't even need to do anything. All you had to do was run a bit more, and we'd kill you." What? An inescapable net was set up near the Yi clan. The faces of the elders of the Yi clan fell. Yi Dowdenier snorted coldly. "Elders, don't listen to him. He's definitely trying to interfere with us. The Yi clan is an imperial clan. How could someone possibly be able to set up an inescapable net without anyone noticing?" Yi Dowdenier's words made the 4 elders feel much more at ease. However, the 3 invincible kings behind him were laughing coldly. "You don't know the difference between life and death. Go ahead and try." The red-robed king was also laughing coldly. "Even now, you still dare to question our strength? Your Yi clan might be strong, but there are plenty of terrifying powers out there. That's especially true of the people who are trying to kill you this time.